Good morning, everybody. Quick sound check, if I may, usual kind of thing. Plenty of planes going out. I'm still setting up in time on a tradition, but I figured that I would give you that 757. Couldn't leave that on the table. Next to go, British Airways A321. I'll just point the camera at it. Find it, there we go. Usual terms and conditions. Bislandia, I see your name at the top of the chat with my spare eye. Good morning and welcome back. Oops, we're off. No rest for the wicked. Hope everybody's doing well. Thanks, Alibi. Let me know if that warbling returns. It will do, almost certainly. Crikey, this Delta United is beating along. Where is it? It'll be there. I'll catch you up in a minute, folks in the chat. I see an EasyJet about to line up. I'll pan to that. Aer Lingus behind that, A320 to Dublin. And then I think we'll have a little bit of ordering proceedings. I've just been talking to Matt, a cracking chap who's spotting a few yards down from me. Apparently the third United flight of the day, the Washington one, is going to be the 767-400, which some of you may already know. I think it was here yesterday after we'd left, I'm not sure, confused. Anyway, it's going to be here, and apparently in Star Alliance livery. So what do you know? We've also got, as you'll have seen from the thumbnail, the 757-200 in the Herart, California livery, which we'll get to see depart. Yeah, I don't know. Excited as hell. Hope you've all had your Weetabix. Right. Can't imagine this will be dallying much longer.
So, off to Bristol.
There you go, ready to roll. Kind of shades of Aberdeen really, isn't it? Plunk the tripod down and everything's moving. I'm just going to rest the camera so I can drop back into the chat. So let's get somewhere close to where we think the action is going to play out. This Dublin bound Aer Lingus A320. So, Bislandia, we've said good morning. Hi, Deborah Speller. Good morning, Deborah. Hope you are well. Crikey, this plane's moving away from me. What do you know? Rainer, good morning. Oh, liking those coffees. I only managed to get 2 pots of tea down me this morning. Oh, third would be in order. Not the same as a teapot you get at home, mind. Kind of teapot you can barely get 2 cups out of, but it did. Alibi, good morning, mate. Alibi opening the batting for the mods team. Thank you so much, my friend. Hope you're keeping well. Burnt cunts, good morning, Burnt, all the way from Germany. And me trying to get your first name right this time. Jonathan Martin, good morning to you. Hope you're well. DB Bassman, how you going, my friend? Welcome back. Hope we're all ready and rested to go again. Les Donaldson. Les, I think I was saying a few minutes ago, it was you that put me onto the fear of missing out yesterday, and the gentleman I've been talking to, Mac, has just put me on the right track to say that we think we're getting the 76400 today as well. So excitement levels off the chart. Let me just try to. You know when you lock the camera? Park up on the foreground, you'll see Delta in a nice prominent position. Sorry, Matt.
10:05 is Aegean, 10:59 Iberio jet, I've never seen that. 12 is Alba Star, 12:34 is Emirates, and 13:18 is 650.
Yeah, the biz jet, is that the 750? The Citation 750 or
that one? That's a 680. 680 latitude.
Just reviewing the action, and it sounds like we've got plenty of it. Peter E, good morning. What's the weather doing in my part of the world? What am I coming back to? Rusty, good morning. How are you doing? Rusty CR8 to give you your Sunday name, as I say. Carl Shield. Sorry folks, I'm scoffing a cereal bar as I've often have a tendency to do. I need a quick infusion of emergency calories. John Ellison, good morning. How are you, John? Welcome to Plain Sailing Aviation. Welcome back, Bez54. Well, listen, if this helps clear your mind, bring everything down to a nice even keel before the first meeting of the day, I reckon it's time well spent. I do hope you have a good day. TCC, good morning to you. Hope all is good. And yes, it is a nice day, I think. And I know Simon Kirby would accuse me of no doubt having taken a bung from the Scottish Tourist Board, but I'm going to say the weather in Scotland has really stood up. I know we can all smile about the weather, but I think there is a prospect of a shower later. When I looked last night, maybe that's abated. Good morning and welcome back, Alan T from sunny Colville. So it looks like the sun is still extending out there, and I think I'm caught up. You are a punctual group, fantastic. Whereas I was discovering that my planning time-wise, I left Aberdeen at about 5:30, and I was calculating in my head. I thought Dundee might be a bit pinchy, just based on what I saw yesterday lunchtime. It didn't hold me up, but I can easily imagine rush hour would look very different. And to be fair, I got by Dundee before 7, just before 7, and then it was only when I got near to the Forth Road Bridge where it started to stodge up. Of a great show today. Bit of transatlantic action, a bit of special livery, a couple of new bits, or maybe it's new to some of you, like the Alba Star, whatever, I can't remember what it was called now. I spotted it. I've seen it at Newcastle before. I think I made reference to it in the thumbnail. Thanks, birds. I'll keep my eye on the horizon then, because we are in that territory now, aren't we? And that will, I'm thinking that's the plane. It is, it's the New York one, isn't it? That'll be the plane we'll finish on at 13:35. So now I've caught myself up a little bit. I mean, everyone I've chatted to so far, we know each other through the chat anyway. But for anyone that's not in the chat, good morning. Welcome to Plain Sailing Aviation here at Edinburgh Airport. Choice today being decided by our executive lounge members. Choices being Glasgow or Edinburgh. So I think we were something like 67% in favour of here today. I think it's proving to be a pretty informed choice. Weather looks good. We've still got runway 24 in operation, which means we get nice approach shots as they come towards us from the further forth. Pentland Hills, as you can see in the background, and this is generally the prettiest side of the airport, so all is good. There's some transatlantic action, a couple of decent biz jets. I think there's an Iberojet, Mac, the chap I was talking to earlier, was saying Iberojet. I think I've seen one of those before. Either which way, I think when you look at what we've got between now and show's end at 13:35, I reckon we're looking in some pretty good seats. Simon Kirby, I've just invoked your name. I was trying to avoid you actually, but I don't mean that in the kindest possible way. Talking about, I was promoting Scotland quite vigorously, tourist board territory. Andy P, good morning Andy P. How goes it, buddy? Les calls the Delta on finals, and he's dead right. It's amazing, you know. I look to the horizon, see nothing, walk down at the chat, and I see those words, and I look back to the horizon, and sure enough, it's there. I suppose it's all about the closing speed. Well, we opened with a bit of transatlantic action. When I could see the 7.5 on the horizon, I thought I've got to get this kit fired up in time. It'd be unforgivable not to be able to catch it. Excuse me, I'm just going to check a couple more little bits. Don't want any unforeseen surprises in about an hour and a half's time when things start running flat. It's always a risk. Got it. Right, here we go then. 767 time. I did have a scribbled down weather report, but I know where I've left that. I left that at the breakfast table at the hotel. So we'll go with the here and now. My recollection being that it's basically a sunny morning, less than 5% chance of rain. Chance of rain increasing as we work through the morning. Possibility of a shower around lunchtime. Whether it's improved any, I don't know. Should be able to catch that one on the way back up. Although I do spy British Airways departure. Ground 190 off to London City, so I think we will probably go with that to start with, because I'm imagining the Delta won't be racing back up the track. Good morning, Pedro S. It's just me today. Eddie's back on the grind working, but lovely to catch up again, Pedro. I'll pass on your hello to Eddie. Hope you're keeping well, mate. So yeah, weather forecast looks pretty reasonable. I don't recollect the wind speeds being anything extravagant. That's a little bit blowier than yesterday. Sun cream, as you might expect, and then anyone that's played golf or cricket wearing sun cream, kind of you get that horrible feeling, don't you? It starts to sting your eyes, it starts coming down off your forehead, which kind of makes you question why you put it there in the first place. Well, for those of you that were on yesterday's show at Aberdeen, I don't know about you, but I'm still processing it. I gotta say, Simon Kirby, if political bias has got some kind of roving ambassador, travel ambassador job for Aberdeen Airport, he's not selling it enough. The other thing was as well, folks, by an unexpected quirk, the hotel I was staying at, the Holiday Inn Express, was actually the opposite side of the airfield, pretty much facing down onto where the passenger jets were. I got a runway facing room, which was quite a nice touch, because normally you expect to have to pay more and all that malarkey, don't you, for anything that's a little bit better. Scarers it out with their sideshow bob flute whistle. So, oops, better get the next arrival. Not seeing what it is, sorry, I haven't had my eye in the chat, folks. Looks like an EasyJet something. First glance. Ooh, found the wind. What did I say about the wind? See one of Scotland's finest about to take its position, but I'm guessing it's ghosted out. Simon, I can tell you now, quite frankly, I didn't bother with the whole game. You know when you know how the movie's going to end? And I was absolutely cabbaged, to be honest, from yesterday's adventures. I thought, you know what, if they're not bothered, I'm not bothered either. I'm sorry for anyone who actually took the time and trouble to go to the ground. Burnt advises we have an Aegean Airlines. Oh, I do like these, in from Athens at 9:30. Yeah, I love that livery, especially the sunglasses look. Always scrubs up nice. I'll check out Table Mountain or whatever Bing it is. I'm into Bings now. Now I know something of them. It's like the Discovery Channel, this. Well, Mark's Discovery Channel. So I think that's British Airways, is it now? I'm just going to rest the camera there while I catch up with the chat. Tony McCall, good morning to you, sir. Hope you're keeping well. Alibi confirms yes, it's a British Airways A320 that's on finals. Pedro S, thank you very much. This spot is, I think I've said before, one of my absolute favourites. I mean, when you get reverse ops like we had here the other week, it's a change of pace, and you know, I think the name of the what's going on here? World's biggest fly landed on my blooming viewfinder. Now flown off. Probably see some of them buzzing around actually. I can see them on there. It's a great spot, this. River behind you, mountain, or hills in front of you. Mountains is a bit of a stretch, isn't it? Although, as Les says, we've got Table Mountain behind me somewhere. Behind me and to my right. Keep an eye on the fast scooting planes. So putting an early marker down for fastest taxi back. Yes, Simon, that's the spirit indeed. Oh dear. I just want the season to end. Tony, we were discussing this earlier because I think we thought we'd missed this yesterday as well, the 76400 in Star Alliance. The gentleman next to me, when he broke the news, because I'm sure when I looked last night it wasn't listed. Ooh, KLM action. It's another one of those moments I described yesterday where you're looking at one of your suits and find a £20 note that you'd long forgotten about. Lovely when you look on flight radar and see something you quite fancy, and a bit like the 75 in the Her Art California livery. I thought, well, I'm never going to get down here for the arrival, we'll get the departure. I'll take that. Alibi confirms Ryanair from Stansted on finals. Yeah, I've got visual, my friend, so I'll pull away in a jiff. And we're checking out the Norwegian arrival as well over breakfast. I think we've got the UNICEF tailpin up and off. Definitely be a fantastic omen if we actually were assigned Freddie Mercury for today. Still, something for another day. And of course, when we get, for our non-members, this will be news for, clearly our members are in the loop, but news on what we're going to be up to at the weekend. I'll wait for a little downturn in traffic. Yeah, I can hear an ATR doing something somewhere. shady yesterday. Perhaps it's residual noise damage from Aberdeen. Joe, I don't think I've got enough experience at this yet to be able to say too much about best or worst, to be honest. Dublin I found the most difficult, not because there's a good spot there, although the traffic noise is quite hefty, the mound as they call it, but the actual aviation action there is superb. What we discovered on 2 trips there is we just couldn't broadcast continuously without some kind of gremlin glitch. So I'd say purely for that reason, Dublin, it's got all of the jewels of the crown, so to speak, but for live streaming, a bit challenging for us anyway. Although that's the beauty of this, we sort of, Edinburgh and Newcastle, we're kind of very familiar with the foibles of the locations. And by confirming as well, we have an EasyJet from Luton on finals. Cheers, buddy. Just got sight of that, so we're gonna, I'll tell you what, let's follow this ATR for a bit, shall we? See where it's going. And that'll broker some of the distance, or bridge some of the distance before we get to our EasyJet A319. But I think we can get it cleanly now, so let's do it. I think the effects of the sun cream are wearing off my eyes now, so that's good. Let's see if this one finds the wind. There's our ATR gone. There it is. Shaping to go short. If you've got a bead on this, alibi or burnt, in terms of where it's going. I just appreciated, I know Burnt put it in the comments, the Aegean is a 321. Sure, we normally get the 320. Getting something of a flyer, I think, in terms of a few interesting additionalities that we don't normally get. I'm sure it's a 320 normally. Anyway, I think I can see it, so I'll stay with EasyJet for a few jiffies as this one vies with its sister plane for fastest taxi back to the pits. I might need to tether a few things as well. Yeah, what did I say about the wind? I did say the wind wasn't going to be too much of a factor, didn't I? I must have been looking at yesterday's forecast. Or tomorrow's. Ooh, might make for a few interesting landings. Oh, it's interesting that Star Alliance being late out. Ooh, crikey, come on. Hopefully it'll not be well, it's on track to be on time today, isn't it? So fingers crossed and all that. Yeah, there is a bit of wind up there, isn't there? Scene. Chance to jump back in the chat. So good morning to anybody I've yet to say hi to. I'm Mark from Plain Sailing Aviation. Thank you for joining us this morning from Edinburgh's beautiful airport. Plenty of action. We've been talking about some of the transatlantic stuff we've got coming through. Oh, it's that EasyJet. I think it was a Gatwick one last time. I've just seen an EasyJet tracking out. So I've not seen yet where it's going. You know, we talked about the fact this one had got some kind of token livery almost. We speculated whether it was a lease. Literally pulled up. Anyway, welcome to the show, folks. On air till about 13:35, weather permitting. Closing with the 767 Delta. But we've got all manner of goodies for you that have fallen our way today by the usual look. So a 757 in the California Herart livery. We have a United Airlines 767-400 in the Star Alliance livery. And it seems like it might be Star Alliance livery day here because KLM have a 737 appearing later. We've got all kinds of other planes of interest. I can't remember them all in my head now. A couple of good business jets. Sure, I'd seen a Citation 850 listed, which I don't think I've seen an 850, but I stand to be corrected. An Alba Star 737, an Iberojet, the Macra gentleman who's spotting to my right was telling me about, and then all the usual movements. Nice mix. So what's not to like? GRWW, good morning to you in Dallas. Glad you like the channel, GR. I'm guessing it's still very early in the morning with you. But either which way, delighted that you found us and you're liking it. It's a great place, this, and you'll definitely like the chat. Batsman, I wish you well. Good luck with that one. I mean, you've set me waxing lyrical over all the things I've seen over the last 24 hours. So obviously now I've ventured further north than Edinburgh, and yeah, eyes wide open. Tell you what, the drive back here this morning was. I enjoyed the drive up, but I enjoyed the drive back here as well. Visibility great. Mad Matt, how are you doing, buddy? Hope all is good. Oh, that 321 is scooting, so let's have a closer look at it now. My perception is that Aegean have a pretty modern fleet. I'm just going to take a quick snap of this, I think. So you just had a frozen frame there, sorry folks, but marking his scrapbook and all that. just peel away to the easy from Gatwick that Alibi's put us onto on finals. Just having a quick look. Here we chaps. GRW, that is super early. 0332. Impressive. Do you have to be up for anything in particular, or have you just got in from work? Oh, Gatwick will not wait. Jet to go, and I wondered if this, I'll catch it from the chat in a second, is a regular on the Gatwick route. It was Gatwick yesterday, if I remember. Good morning, Paul Usher. Just seen your entry into the chat. Hope you are well. Yep, Gatwick it is. Gatwick special plane. Doris Petsus, good morning to you, sir. How's things? I think I'm all up to speed. That's unusual. What's the catch? Well, if I bring you in a bit, you should get the train zooming along the background. Let's see if it works like that. There you go. Giving it a timely nudge at that. Quite an unusual thing when you, well, for an irregular like me here, although increasingly regular, when you look in front of the tower, all the tail fins are actually, well, the main ones you can see are all transatlantics. That's make a bit different. I'm just going to take a quick snap of that. Go. So that was another frozen screen, but I couldn't resist it. Usually it's a mix of Jet 2s, Ryanairs, British Airways to my left, not so much on the, yeah. Yeah, Andy P, the Gatwick plane that went out, definitely, it's gone for a summer's day, hasn't it? No question. Martin Reed, good morning to you from a sunny Bristol. Colville sunny, Bristol sunny. It's the sun is everywhere really at the minute. It is clouding over here, which is roughly the direction of travel, I think, for the forecast, but I still see oodles of blue. Oodles of blue. ZK Aviation, good morning to you. Just subscribed. Greetings from New Zealand. You are very welcome, ZK Aviation. Delighted to have you with us. Just going further back up, Mad Matt's got the detailed weather report. Let's have a look. Wind 9 knots, visited 10k more, yeah. Clouds scattered at around 2,500 feet. That kind of looks like what I'm seeing actually. Yeah, temperature 13 degrees. Yeah, I think, you know, sometimes there is always it's not actually what you're getting at that point. That does feel like exactly what I've got at the minute. Exactly. Thanks, Matt. TCC, yeah, easy like Sunday, except Tuesday. Well, it's the week's, it's helping the week along, isn't it? So Burnt advises EasyJet A320 from Birmingham, estimated 940. Roger that, Burnt. I'll keep an eye, although there's a bit of cloud now that's kind of hovering over the Firth of Forth, so that, oh, I can see it's actually framed the plane. So yeah, got it, I've got eyes on. Pedro, it is windier than yesterday's show, and it kind of feels like it's getting windier. In fact, I've got to tether a few things down here that got blown over 20 minutes ago and I've forgotten about. So what have we got up next? We have British Airways off to Heathrow with their baby bus, while we await the EasyJet from Birmingham. For 30 seconds or so. Lufthansa, thanks Bern. Lufthansa A320 from Munich, estimated 10:12, about half an hourish then. I think that's the classic livery, stands to be corrected on that one. No, me, I was probably on the wrong airport for the wrong day when I was zooming through the flight radar on my phone. It's all a lucky dip. Either which way. Our EasyJet from Birmingham is now pretty much bearing down on us, so next plane in. I can't wait to see the first of the ATRs that we get on the show come in, because I think they might be a bit more skittish on the wind. So as always folks, if you like what you see, please do give us that like, hit the like button, and if you're not yet subscribed, consider subscribing to Plain Sailing Aviation. Both those things help us colossally with YouTube, as I'm always banging on about, with their algorithm and stuff, and of course it doesn't cost you anything. But yeah, it would be warmly appreciated. Moving immediately, I'm gonna, because I can't keep a secret, just slightly playful. Let's have a look. Let's see where I am with the chat first. Yanis van Reiters, good morning to you from Germany. So we're doing well with German viewers. We've got Bernd, we've got Rainer, and now we've got Yanis. Plus anyone else that I have inadvertently missed. Smashing. In fact, that's quite relevant actually. Let me stay with the thought I've got. No, I'll finish saying hello in the chat. Optimus Toaster, hello my friend. Yeah, it's I think it was quite clear. I think the wind is just bringing more cloud through, but it's a really good day, and I think the wind might have the potential to make it interesting for the ATRs. We'll see. So Yanis is visiting Edinburgh for the first time. Excellent. Is that, when you say Edinburgh, you mean like the centre of Edinburgh, I'm guessing, Yanis? Joe, hello from Indonesia. Crikey, you we've got a really international crowd in the chat as well, haven't we? ZK Aviation out there in New Zealand, Joe in Indonesia, a number of you in America. It's outstanding. That's what I love about this. We really are an international community. Anyway, in fact I can taxi, I can track, taxi and talk. Let's try that one. Right. So members will already know this, but we'll put the thumbnails out now for this weekend's action. So this weekend, Plain Sailing Aviation is back to Amsterdam Schiphol on Saturday, and on Sunday I will be at Düsseldorf Airport in Germany. So actually Yanis' is entry into the chat kind of triggered that this might be the right time to make the first announcement of the day. So that's all coming up this weekend. We'll put the thumbnails, in truth they'll probably go out tomorrow, because I suspect by the time I've pulled up, had my tea and thought about what we might put in the, you know, which images to use, I'll probably be wanting to sleep on it or something. But yeah, Amsterdam Saturday, Düsseldorf Sunday. I mean, I haven't checked the weather forecast in the last couple of days, so you know, but I'm locked and loaded, so I will endeavour to bring you the very best that I can. So hopefully you'll enjoy that. Thought something different at the weekend would be quite nice for you. Rusty ECR8 watching from Australia. I could do with one of those like little kind of little graphics where I can mark up where people are from during the chat, because I absolutely love to know where you're all from. I mean, before the internet age this would be almost inconceivable, wouldn't it, that maybe sharing what you have in this way, but sharing it anywhere in the world. That's interesting, Yanis. So you're going to be on a 777 to London and then to Edinburgh, so I'm assuming the 777 goes onwards to America or Canada. Either which way, I reckon you're going to have a cracking time. So looking in the chat, so it looks like our plans to go further afield. Andy P's giving us a smile and a thumbs up. Bert's giving us, it looks like four plovers, but I'm not sure. Bert, my eyesight is appalling. Squinting through my glasses. Dora says yesterday an Aegean flight from Larnaca, teeth in, to Athens, and diverted back due to a serious medical condition. Well, turns out very serious. By jingo. That's a sad day out, isn't it? By Joe. GRW, love Scotland. Scotland loved in America. Well, I love it too, GRW, although I realise my knowledge of Scotland would not get me any kind of role with their tourist board, but I'd probably be boring Mrs. Plain Sailing Aviation with for the next 4 or 5 days. I enjoyed it, not just the planes at Aberdeen, I just enjoyed the whole drive up there and the scenery, and that's just scratching the surface of it. I appreciate that. And there's an awful lot more, that was the other thing. Although I think I've solved the mystery why Scotland seems to do so well at selling strawberries in this country in sort of June and July. I mean, Scottish strawberries are absolutely divine. I've never seen so many polytunnels. Obviously got the right soil for it. But yeah, I'm going to rotate the camera around a minute, folks, just to give you something fresh to look at while we're in a pause. So, just seeing what we've got on the freight park. I think it's the usual, more or less usual array of West Atlantics at stand. A bit of a DHL. Star Air, Star something. Having a fade. Ooh, and a bizjet. A couple of bizjets. Bit hazy at this range, but hopefully we'll get a bit of that. And in the meantime, on the more day-to-day, we'll have a bit of this. Which is, believe it or not, another Gatwick flight, EasyJet Gatwick flight. For a moment, as we've just waved one off, I thought I was being pranked, but obviously there's a demand for those seats. Go short for food, but not as much demand as you might imagine. John Woodcroft, good morning to you. Just down the road in sunny Leith. Thank you, mate. That is really kind praise. It's taken me off my track with the camera, and I mean that with a big smile. Doesn't take much to put me off track. Thank you, John. Thank you so much, John. That is really kind, and I'm glad you're liking it. Although I just think we probably have the best of the sunshine, but if it stays dry, we'll take that. A bit of wind actually might add to a little bit of extra action with the ATRs. We'll have to see. Certainly the gusts when they come are strengthening up. Yanis, I've just seen your super chat. Thank you so much. Very generous of you, my friend, and really kind. As always, anyone donates to this channel, it's above and beyond. Yanis, thank you so much. What I do with all the donations and membership subscriptions and so forth, I just roll it forward to away trip actions like the Amsterdam Dusseldorf trip we've got this weekend, or Prestwick yesterday, you know, that kind of malarkey. So everything we get, because I run this with my son Eddie, he just goes straight back on the action. That is really kind. I think it's probably going to go straight away. I'm still here. I was just pulling some of my belongings back that got blown away by the wind. They might have 2 Gatwick flights running virtually the same time, but I don't think there's much on that. I didn't quite whether it was a positioning flight or something, but that is not going out heavy. Morning Sam Furlaway. Loganair in next. Alibi confirms an Embraer 1445 from Southampton on finals. I've got it. By Jove, I've got it. Andy C, good morning to you. Welcome back. Hope you're keeping well. It does seem a rather good morning for plane spotting. Right, what is going on there? Let's see. Let's get our Loganair in. I've been too nosy looking at non-aviation stuff. So this departed Southampton a region of an hour ago, I guess. Get quite a lot of places in the UK inside an hour, can't you? I'm struggling to get a clean focus. Stop the pilot hit the ghosted button. When I packed up yesterday's stream and was walking back to the railway station, there were a couple of Ryanair planes parked up. One was an ERJ 145, but the engines had been removed from it, and I think the other was a Saab 340, which I'm always pranning on about, which was intact and I guess still serviceable. Would have made great photos, except I'd been having to shoot through the fence, which is a real shame. No elevated position to work with. Sam Furlaway and Alibi 58 confirming Ryanair 737 from Paris on finals. Although I think it's that, isn't it, as our friend Ken Alloway always says, not the real Paris airport, Beauvais or something. Always makes me laugh. Anyway, what is certain is it's on finals. I'm going to peel off to that in a second, folks. I'm just going to bring us around to the Aegean A321 just for 30 seconds or so. I don't know what it is about the Aegean. I like it, even though I recognise that livery design, you know, with the way they stripe the tailplane across. You know, you see that on a number of airlines now, don't you? It's obviously a stock design. But somehow, for me, it works with the Aegean. Maybe it's the actual colour or something. Right, so let's get some finals action, folks. Ryanair, standing by. Morning to anybody that's just joined us. Welcome to Plain Sailing Aviation here at Edinburgh Airport. Super day's weather, plenty of action. We've come to the right place. Colin Lees, good morning to you, Colin. How you doing this morning? Well, I hope. Welcome back. Yeah, it's the blowiness is definitely. I think it's an increasing feature. I think the show will definitely be characterised by an increase in wind strength, but which is not unusual. It seems to be that in recent streams it's got gradually windier as we've progressed, but this does. I'd be interested on what its current score is. If I show you the windsock actually, or one of the windsocks. Pretty well extended. I mean, it's not being blown off its moorings, lashings, whatever you want to call, but you see that it picked up with the gust picked up. Okay, let's have a look. Thanks, Alibi. British Airways Embraer 190 from London City on finals. Seen enough of the sock. Let's have a bit more plane action. We must be inching, are we not, Bernd, towards Delta time, I'm thinking. Or have we got both our Deltas in? No, we've got both our Deltas in. It must therefore be United, I'm thinking of. I tell you what, the birds are doing a cracking job of singing. I always remark on the birds on going time, but I reckon if I was a shift worker, I'd be reaching from the shotgun. I think I've said on previous streams, years ago when I used to do nights, I think everybody seemed to want to mow the lawns in the daytime. Now I'm retired, I found I quite like mowing my lawn in the daytime too. I guess you call that circle of life, don't you? The Aegean for the moment. Aegean, of course, going to start running services from our home base airport, Newcastle, early June, and subject to it coinciding with a reasonable body of traffic, we will be there to cover that. That is the plan. Andy P, Ken's lawnmower emoji, eh? With Sandy, yeah, I think they're feeling, some of them are feeling the wind, and I think if it keeps strengthening, that I'm convinced that the ATRs will be interesting when they start coming through. Burnt, excellent mate. Our A320 from Munich, estimated 10:13. Keeping an eye on that. Alibi confirms Ryanair from Brussels on finals. Definitely got visual on that, Alibi. In fact, I'm going to share visual with you guys. I'm just curious where the next ATR is coming from. Yeah, we've got one coming through in about 8 minutes. And a DAT. Is that Danish Air Transport? So I'm throwing that one out there, folks. I think I've seen one of these at Newcastle before. DAT. I like that. think it was only kept my eye partially on a ATR 72, the Dart, either which way. Fortunately it's got the plain tail fin rather than the one with the livery on it. Ryanair that's closest to us. So yeah, we'll get a good look at how the ATRs are going to handle the gusts. I mean, obviously they're used to landing in more challenging conditions, but it'd be interesting if it's enough just to make it a bit more tasty for them. John, my plan is, that's the Hainan Air, isn't it? Hainan Airways, yes, is the plan. I need to just clear my diary with Mrs. Plain Sailing Aviation. Otherwise I'll have total control of my diary, if you follow my meaning. But yes, I believe we will. What day is that? Do we know? I would definitely want to cover that. I think the only things that will prevent it are either ridiculously poor weather or the fact that my other half has got something set in stone that I'm essential for. Well, not that essential for too much these days. So yeah, looking forward to that proper. And of course, I think in between times Air Canada and WestJet return as well. I've got a date I think Les Donaldson put me on to. I just can't, I've circled it on my calendar at home. I think I want to be back here for the Air Canada return. WestJet, I'm not sure if I know when they are coming back, except that they are. So we'll have this slightly more agile Ryanair. Yeah, there's quite a few things that are a bit of a pull for Edinburgh at the minute, I'll be honest. And as I've already said, I like it here a lot, so it doesn't take much to get me up the A1. Thanks Sam Thurlaway. I've just had a quick look at Flight Radar myself for that. So yeah, it is it's an interesting one. Just bear with me, I'm confusing myself slightly. Yeah, the Dublin DAT, get it right, Danish Air Transport. Can't see it yet, but keenly anticipated. Ah, Tony McCall, top intel as always, my friend. Thursday this week, it's just going to be too sharp for me, that one. We're going to Amsterdam on Saturday, and obviously being away Dusseldorf for the Sunday. There's a profanity I wanted to use there, but of course YouTube would probably find some way of striking me blooming stream out from the advertising credits or whatever. But I think you all know what I mean. Okay. Blow, blow, blow. That is a blow. Not to worry, we'll make it up with Air Canada and Hainan Air, or Hainan Airways. Thanks John Rucoff, confirming a Monday. Yeah, I fancy we can do the Beijing route then. Yeah, when I get in, have my tea, gauge the lay of the land, make sure that I'm not overusing any credit that I've banked up. I'll get the 26 red circled as a return to Edinburgh moment. I quite like streaming from here on the Mondays anyway, to be honest with you. Oh, I'll tell you what, you are a generous and, well, fantastic crowd. 100 likes up. By jingo, we've only been going just over the hour. That is fantastic. course, if you've just joined us and you want to get with the bandwagon with that, it does help us massively with YouTube likes, subscriptions. Yeah, I think you all experienced YouTube viewers, aviation channel viewers. This is important to everybody really, but for us smaller fish, it particularly so. Anyway, thank you. Crikey, the 100's up. I do love my cricket metaphors. Right, I'm looking, I can see the ATR now, so inbound action I reckon about 2 minutes away, folks. I hope you are staying caffeinated during this show, be it coffee, tea. Can't see the pull of decaffeinated drinks at this time of day, but if that's your preferred beverage. Alibi, I have got good visual on that ATR. I just can't wait to see whether we need a couple of really good gusts when it comes in, just to give us a feel for how it's going to play. I suppose I can have a quick check on battery consumption as well. Good news is everything is ticking down nicely. I guess we'll have to change the camcorder battery probably in the next half an hour, 40 minutes at a pinch. So the Ryanair you're looking at, I think, is the Bournemouth bound one. We'll stay with that for 30 seconds or so. Maybe it's the Brussels one turning off. Have I lost my bearings? No, I've not lost my bearings. I've lost my mind. Right, let's get ATRing. Use Alice on the zoom there. That'll be the Brussels deboarders. Alibi, Ryanair from Porto on finals. Yep, it is just twinkled through the clouds over the Firth of Forth at the minute, folks. Runway 24, end of the single runway strip here in operation here at Edinburgh Airport. Gives you all that majestic scenery in the background, plus a pretty iconic tower. See what? I'm just going to stick us somewhere else for 30 seconds. There we go. Just shortening the distance to the incoming plane when it comes. Hopefully the ATR will photo bomb us as well. Yeah, Vislandia, Andy P, Simon, Kirby and Doris. Oh, and TCC. Plenty of emoji action. Maximum revolutions, folks. Nice one. Right, we are just about to take the Ryanair from Porto on finals. It looks like that's going to be wheels down before the ATR cuts across the current shot. I'm thinking the Lufty must be not far away now. Oh. My sixth sense is telling me, and so it is so. Oh, it is the classic Lufthansa livery as well. Cool. Anyway, tasking down first. Incoming Ryanair from Porto, having departed around 2.5 hours ago. Sure as God made little green apples. I was saying about my battery on the camcorder. I just got the 30-minute warning on it. I better do better than I did yesterday afternoon, folks. Those that were on the Aberdeen show. Tiny plane DAT. They have like some little colourful shapes, those who've seen these before on the tail fin. I thought it was squares or something. I've not seen one for a bit. Just jazzes it up a little bit. Who doesn't like a bit of jazzing? Bird scaring's just moved up a whole new level. They've gone through the initial squarky warnings to just blasting away. I'll tell you what, the birds are taking that seriously. They're moving around. I don't think they're one big bit interested in you know, that squawky sound they play. Once you get the shooters out, you've got to take it seriously. Anyway, what we got here? I can see EasyJet moving a baby bus 319 on its way to Stansted. So let's track with that while we await our incoming lufty. Should just about put the camera in the right place then. I've kind of decided, going back to Lufthansa and the fact that it's the classic Lufthansa livery today, as much as I like both that one and the more contemporary one, I've kind of decided I've settled on classic now. Been a journey. Oopsie. Oh, they've run out of shotgun cartridges. We're back to the penguin. Funny, they don't pay any attention to that. Anyway, lofty it is. When they were firing off the shells, there were birds coming from places I didn't even know there were birds. Go back to our Stansted EasyJet, which I doubt will be hanging around. reaching for another snack bar. Don't want it just yet, but just need to know I've got it to hand. So, people still joining, so good morning and welcome to Plain Sailing Aviation Stream at Edinburgh Airport. Fantastic to have you with us. I'm Mark, your host, on air to 13:35. A lot of great faces in the chat, and of course we have one of our moderator team, Alibi 58, in the chat also. Just put your feet up and chill out. Of course, don't put your feet up if you're still at work. That's a different kind of worms. Plenty of action to show you today. Bit of special livery. I like that look. As I've said on previous streams, I am resolutely determined to fly the 747 with Lufthansa to Los Angeles, I think. Bucket list type territory. I know they're still committed to flying the 74, but I'm guessing that won't run forever. Economics always have a habit of winning in the end, don't they? In terms of the travel for the weekend shows, I'm going with KLM from Newcastle on the Saturday. Got a decent ticket in the end for that one. And coming back with Eurowings on the Sunday tea time. Similar thing, really got a good price. Decent price. But I mean, I can't get it from Newcastle. You can't get a direct connection to Dusseldorf with Lufthansa anyway. But there was a little part of me that was very much, you know, I would prefer Lufthansa to Eurowings. Another one that you won't see it in shot yet, that's scooting on out. This Airbus A319 on its way to Heathrow. In fact, let's just, while he's moving incredibly slowly, we've got a further EasyJet tracking out. This one off to Amsterdam. Somebody's on finals. Let's see what the chat says. Thanks, Sam Thirlaway. Oslo flight incoming, Norwegian 737, and as Ollie MB says, in the UNICEF livery. We've caught that one here before some shows back. That's the blue tail fin, isn't it? So not the Freddie Mercury one I went hoping for, but it's a nice change of pace. We'll have that all day every day. Tony, that's the point with bucket list, mate, isn't it really? But you are right, there is a point, and I'm probably at that point in life where I'm going to have to be a bit more ruthless and start converting some of those things into things happening. But I am going to start chipping away at that over the next 2 to 3 years. This is the plane that the first officer got in touch with me after the show when we filmed it some weeks, if not months ago, to ask if he could use the clip for personal. Which of course I said yes to, show his parents and friends. I don't think he's on this route anymore though, so Simon Kirby confirms the 757 Newark flight is pinging. Excellent stuff. In fact, it's not just pinging, it's pinged and turned. We'll stay with this 320 Heathrow flight, get it up in the sky. I think I'll have a quick crunch of my cereal bar. Have a look. Simon confirms EasyJet to Amsterdam taxi now. Yep. He's next up, yeah, after this British Airways departure. I'll be honest, Alibi, it feels a little bit stronger than 15 now, but well, that's what the Met Office have got it at. Or the gust do, the actual standard wind, not so much, maybe that is 15. It's 20 to me. Scientific when I say this, but it's like things start getting blown around at this end once you get north of 20. So some of my personal stuff got blown away 40 odd minutes ago. I was a bit casual with how I put stuff down, and the tripod's taken a couple of rattles, not big ones. Mind you, I had a couple of those at Aberdeen last night. It got windy for a little period. All the fun of the fair. Simon, you know the show wouldn't be the same without it. Tony Craig, good morning to you, Tony. Hope you're doing well. You can probably hear the 757. Come on, EasyJet. I want to get onto the 75. Just in the nick of time. So this will be our first United departure of the day, I'm thinking. Yep. Cute girl, good morning to you. Hope all is good with you. Welcome to Plain Sailing Aviation. I'm Mark, for your host. I'm going to be on air till about 1:30 today, so hopefully you'll be able to stick around. You've been great company in the chat anyway. Friendliest chat on YouTube. To be fair, Tony Craig, I only realised we were going to be in Edinburgh yesterday, towards the very back end of the Aberdeen stream, around, well, I think it was when Alibi confirmed the results of the members, the exec lounge members poll that voted for Edinburgh today. It's easy, I could have forgotten myself almost. Been a busy couple of days really, but we'll have a nice breather before we take the show to Amsterdam at the weekend and Dusseldorf on the Sunday. Power Tie 08, good morning to you, Power Tie. Hope you are doing well. Welcome back. Sam Thurlaway confirms the Washington DC flight 2 minutes out. Roger that, Sam. I've got visual actually. I'm assuming 2 minutes is about the limit of my horizon here. And that would be the 76400, would it not? In Star Alliance livery. A couple more people turned up here as well, so I'm kind of thinking that's more likely than less likely. So, Transatlantic Central at the minute. Oh yes. Or in the style of Churchill the dog. Oh. 13 minutes. I'm getting these little things that make you anxious now, thinking I've got 12 minutes left on the camcorder. I'm not changing anything at the minute, but I am going to make sure that the next battery is close to hand. Delta are pushing back as well. Probably been called in the chat, so my eyes are pointing in a different direction. In fact, I'm just going to put the camera to one side and get the battery out. For those of you who remember Dad's Army, what was it Corporal Jones used to say about not panicking? Tell you what, I'm just going to give you a quick sight out in front. There's your Delta. Full glory. So anyway, now we've basked in that. Let's get our 767 convention going. Just what a stroke of luck. For a minute it had a slight crab on there. Don't know whether it's just not now. out there, folks. That's my plane of the day. Vote accordingly, but for me that is just sublime. I'll take a snap of it when it comes back up. How you doing? Ooh, that's me stubbing the camera stand. Let's see what the chap makes of it all. OS, yes, definitely the wind is increasing. TCC, I know you're making up. The beauty of the like button is it's always there, isn't it? So thank you for that, TCC. Await the New York flights lining up. New York, Newark. Our 7400 is gone very long. In fact, very long. Les Donaldson, I don't know if you're still in the chat, mate, but I've just realised, looking over my right shoulder, I can't see table mountain at all from here. Oh, I've just seen the 76 coming back up the track. Go for the battery change now, folks. Alibi, you're in charge, mate. Total charge. Just getting the digits going, pumping them furiously. So the screen's going to go black. I'll try not to fumble it and get you back in a minute. Please do not go anywhere. I've got to say, that's a bit improved, is it not? To be fair, it was a 1 out of 10 last night, correctly called by Alibi, no hiding from that. But that felt to me like a solid 8. I'm just throwing it out there. I know I'll probably get school. Oh, hang on a minute. Too many things to look at here. Let's go to the... I am going to fire some snaps off at some point. I'm not taking it this distance. Happy. Jeez. A very tropical looking fly fastened itself on the peak of the cap. I know, I heard it. Just fired a snap. And I'll take another one in a bit. Just like being at the dentist and doctors. A couple of injections. By that can't be right. 3 out of 10. It went straight into the slot. There's a lag on everything. 3 out of 10. Man, I'm telling you, I'm going to have to work harder at this. I think between today and Amsterdam, you know, like the F1 teams practice their pit stops, I'll have all this set up at home, and this is plain sailing aviation with the stopwatch. A of course, I think what I'm going to do as a control measure is make sure Eddie's not joining me at the weekend, but the next time he's on a stream with me, I'm going to get him to do the power switch over. Yeah, Tony McCall, I think I'd like to see that tree trimmed. I've got a feeling the airport will take a pretty dim view if I have a go at that one. I've got a similar issue, if you like, at Newcastle with the way we shoot down the runway, and there's some of the hedging is a little bit high in places, which naturally steals the focus on the camera. This plane off to JFK, looks like it's holding though. Yeah, this is TCC. In my head I thought it was quite quick, but Alibi's right, we do expect better on this channel. We're always trying to find ways, but yesterday's was a total car crash. I think when Alibi gave me one, it's only because I think we probably agreed that zero scores were just, you know, I think bottom was 1. Whoa. Power tie 08, Iberojet A320 inbound from Madrid. Something to do with charters for Spanish regional airports. This might be up your street, Pedro. It's not one we see regularly here, Iberojet, but I don't think it is. I'll have a piece of that. Alibi, thanks mate. Embraer 190 long range, I think this one is, from London City on finals, having departed about an hour ago. I'll peel the camera away in a minute, folks. Just looking at the chit chat about the biggest plane to have landed at Edinburgh being the 74 and the question by Pedro being the 380. Did we not, might be one you'd remember, Alibi, a stream from here probably 6 weeks ago was we were being watched, the group of aircrew pilots and so forth in America, Boston I think, Jerry Donnelly. I think there was some conversation about the biggest plane that could be landed in here, and I think there was some talk about, it might not have been the 380, but I got an idea it was that if they had to, they reckon they could get it down here. Of course that could be me fuddling with time, befuddled with... Certainly the 380 is not for these parts. Not without terrifying the passengers, I would imagine. So here's our Embraer, cruising on down from London City. Yeah, I think the mathematics of all of this, what, you know, would say something like that, you want a fair old track to put it down on, wouldn't you? I think the pilot's talk was if you absolutely had to kind of thing, rather than whether it would be particularly safe or desirable. Plus they were relaxing in the bar at the time, so optimism always abounds, if I remember it correctly. Okay, Delta time. What is absolutely certain is the 767 fits like a glove here at Edinburgh. So folks, if you like what you see, please do give us a like, and helps us of course, and we'd love to have you as a subscriber. So a couple of things to consider there. Helps us bring you action such as the show you're seeing today. Looks like we've got some British Airways synergy going on again. Looks like we've got an outgoing London City flight taxiing to go next after this Delta. Good draft off that, really good draft off it. I think there's our Norwegian UNICEF livery. Must rest there for a jiffy, give you something different to look at while I take stock of what's occurring. So we've got a Ryanair, I see, Max 8200 on its way from Ryanair's part of the world, Berlin, well into finals. Dopey Gorp, good morning to you, my friend. Listen mate, thanks for looking in. I know you've got a full-on job, buddy, so it's a pleasure to see you. Hope you're keeping well, that's the main thing. Trips out on the road can get quite tiresome, is my recollection. Care. It's our Max 8200. The jet bridge is obscuring most of our beautiful 767. Never mind. I'm just going to put a battery on charge a minute, folks. Do bear with me. All done. Ali, why did you say Air Force One lands here regularly? I'm never in town. Oh, see, I'm guessing it's been called in the chat. Sorry with me fannying around with putting things on charge. David Palfreyman, good morning, welcome back, buddy. Hope you're keeping well. Gary Fraser, welcome back to you. Hope Tuesday is doing you justice. Where does the time go? Right, it is definitely an ATR. So what we got? 72-600 from Belfast, courtesy of Aer Lingus. Next arrival. Let's see if I can make sense of what's going out. So in reverse order, like some kind of quiz, isn't it really? So there's the outgoing British Airways Embraer 190 to London City, queued behind this EasyJet 320 for Geneva, so that will be an XD part. But we can do better than that. We've got an ATR, so stand by those who like their turboprop emojis. In the members, those of you that are members, of course. ATR 72-600, operated by Aer Lingus, incoming from Belfast. I'm looking forward to this Ibero jet. They always look like some giant bird of prey to me, the ATRs, dipping. Still at a premium. That must be the Berlin flight still waiting for a gate. I'm going to throw myself. Oh, good morning, Kevin Doherty. Good morning, my friend. How are you? Oh, you're at the hotel end, right? Kirkliston. I mean, I'm not really. If you're in a car, you'll be able to come round easy enough. Just put Kirkliston into your sat nav. I'm not sure. I'm trying to think of landmarks along the way. Basically, if you come from the airport side into Kirkliston, you'll come to a set of traffic lights. If you turn right there, follow the road, you'll pass a new housing estate on the right hand side. Keep following the road until you go no further. There's a nice stone bridge. Park your car and you're here. If you were to do it on a bus, I'm not sure, and I wouldn't know what it would cost in a taxi. It's a great spot, very popular with spotters. Windy to you guys because it's other ATR on finals I can see. Let's want Scotland's finest. Let's peel off. Scotland's finest, but this one being an ATR 42-500. Hot putting it in from Sunborough. Just a little bit. Looking for a windy down shot with me there. No room at the inn for this plane. Gives me a chance to have a quick look. Ah, checking out the emojis. Islandia, Doris Pexus, David Kaufman. Doris Pexus, I'll tell you what, a lot of revolutions. Bert Kuntz likes the Aer Lingus. And there you are, especially for you, Bert. Scrub up rather well, doesn't it? Quite strange at the other end of the runway. Clearly waiting for a slot. Oh, hang on a minute. Scotland's finest, a 666 me. Snuck out, unnoticed, going short, carting some fresh air somewhere. CCC with the turboprop. Excellent stuff. Right, I've got Alibi, thanks for the heads up with the Ibero. Feeling that we didn't have to worry too much about the tree for that one. So loads of planes moving about, no question. Catching up with the chat. Jamie's World, I think I've seen in the chat. Hello, Jamie's World from Glasgow. How you doing, buddy? Welcome to our stream. Yes, Jamie, we've done a couple, and we nearly did today actually. We put it to a members vote, exec lounge members vote, Glasgow or Edinburgh, because I was tracking back from a stream at Aberdeen yesterday tea time. And whereas today it's Edinburgh, we will be back at Glasgow, hopefully in the next month or so, to be honest. I do like Glasgow. 380 is always a pull anyway, isn't it? But I like Glasgow anyway, as I like it here. So yeah, watch this space, Jamie. You subscribe to us, so make sure you hit the notification bell as well, my friend, and then you'll not miss any of the comms we put out. So here's our Ibero jet. Did we say it was a 320? Alibi, you're so right, mate. That's a lovely, lovely plane. I'm going to take my hat off to everybody in the exec lounge who voted for Edinburgh today. You've kind of looked in on all the exceptionals, no question. It's like there's another website you can go on that tells you what's coming of hot interest. Right, let's just rest on the Sunborough ATR 42 while it waits for a gate. So this one off to Billund. Not this one. Can't get me traversing happening fast enough. This one off to Billund. As soon as the Ibero jet vacates, hopefully I'll get a couple of pictures of that, because that is divine. Put me in the holiday mood. Somebody's on finals. So we're just going to have a quick look there for the minute. British Airways A320, thanks. Thanks, Alibi. Bird scaring, going 10 to the dozen. Tell you what, I'm just going to fire a quick snap off in case I fail later. Sorry to swizzle you around, folks. It's not quite as frenetic as it was at Aberdeen yesterday evening, but it's definitely a bustly day here at Edinburgh today. Ooh, what's happening here? I thought that was going back up for a minute. There's my Ibeiro jet. Another contender for plane of the day, I reckon. Just depends whether you appreciate the art more than the raw power of the 7.6 United, or maybe you like something completely different. Burnt Cunts, thank you very much, my friend. Have a great day. Look forward to seeing you on one of our streams on Saturday or Sunday. So we are details on times in due course, but we will be we'll be at Amsterdam Schiphol, hopefully from around 10 o'clock Saturday, and Sunday I'm not quite sure for Dusseldorf, but it'll be a similar 9 o'clock kind of 8 o'clock start. Anyway, look out for the, if you hit the notification bell, you'll not miss anything. Oh, British Airways departure to pick up. I've gone all dewy-eyed over that, you know that smiley face emoji with the love hearts over the eyes? That's me looking at the Ibeiro Star, Ibeiro jet. They're just waiting for that Danish air transport ATR to leave the parking lot. There's a bustle on here, folks. See a couple others pushing back. Ryanair's all over the place, actually. Ryanair, just seen you. Good morning, buddy. How you keeping? What you been up to since we last spoke? Rob H. Yeah, you deserve the lie-in, my friend. I'd have had a lie-in week if I tried to replicate the same kind of distances. Right, let's get the Ibeiro jet. It's going to give me one more clean shot. It's not going to go in front of the tower. Tell you what, those clouds don't look great, do they, over the Pentlands? Behave now. Where's our ATR gone? Let's track that for a bit. Let's ride with the ATR. Yep. Just there. It's going to go short, isn't it? Very bustly Edinburgh Airport. Yeah, we've got the rotation. Not sure. So what's happening next? Ryanair to Brussels will be the next depart. Plane's lined up, but no, it's not lined up, I lied to you, it's waiting to line up, pursued by the Ryanair Bournemouth flight. So at the other end of the bus, it's very much a Ryanair convention at the minute. We'll track this Heathrow arrival. Suddenly the wind's dropped. It's kind of surreal actually. A couple of fire tenders moving at the back end by the fire station, but I think they are just doing drill type activity. Haven't seen any plumes of smoke or anything, otherwise I put the cameras there, give you something different to look at. Yeah, Ryan, you reminded me I've got a blood test. I haven't got your hospital stay, mercifully. I keep putting off. But, those of us who you tend to get to a certain age as a bloke and prostrates become a thing. Well, anyway, blood tests and monitoring all tend to go in that territory, don't they? Boy, do I hate blood tests. Anyway, Rainer, thoughts are always with you, buddy. It's just me clapping my hands. The sun is no longer warming these old digits. Waiting to roll to Brussels. There we go. Pulled that wrong, I thought I heard it pick up. Just waiting for the train for us. Know that alibi. Kudos to your daughter. Double kudos. Takes so long to qualify, doesn't it, as well? I swear it would be easier qualifying to be a NASA scientist. Welcome to the Ryanair convention at Edinburgh International Airport. There's something starting up, but I think we'll have to contend. We'll make do for the minute with Ryanair's second consecutive. This one off to Bournemouth, if memory serves me correct. Thanks, Rab H. Well, I think I'm lucky I'm not involved with the hospital system at all. They're just monitored these days, but yeah, I definitely, anyone that spends any time at hospital, you've always got a feel for them, even if you're only there as a day patient. After years of feeling invincible, last year kind of gave me pause for thought, to be honest, which is why I chose to retire early in the end, if I'm truthful. Tony, I'm thinking I probably should get Eddie, not me, because I never make it up there, to shimmy up that tree and hang a little kind of placard on it. We'll call it Tony's Tree. A new additional feature for the show. Oh, I'd love to see Eddie's face. As a kid, I, like many kids of my generation, pretty handy at climbing trees. I don't think, we'll have to ask Eddie on the next show, I don't think Eddie's climbed a tree in his life. And I don't mean that disparagingly, I think it's just the way the world moves these days. I don't think kids do climb trees, do they? Well, maybe they do, and I'm wrong. Anyway, here we go. Ryanair, another Ryanair for the convention. This one off to Porto. Now I like the sound of that. Bit of Porto. Yeah. What kind of prices are paying for those tickets? Quite fancy doing a stream from Porto, to be honest. Not in the dead heat of summer, I think I'll be burnt to a crisp. Towards the back end of the season when it maybe eases off a bit. Ethan West just spotted your entry into the chat hall. These one of your comments in the chat. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Welcome to Edinburgh Airport. Hope you're doing well today. Watch this Porto bound Ryanair 737. Terms, a comparative rocket, I reckon. Norwegian UNICEF giving us a nice side-on profile. Return flight to Oslo. So let's just labour there for the minute as it teases back. Mike Wild, good morning, Mike. Hope all is good with you. Jet 2 are begin operating from Liverpool. John Lennon from 28th March next year. Good for them. That'll pick up a bit more traffic for the spotting community over that way. Nice one. Oh, hang on a minute. What have we got here? No time to look. BizJet arrival. I'm sure it's been called in the chat. I was just working my way down the chat. Anyway, as long as you have an idea what's coming. Pulling a good wheelie there. Chris Layuck, how are you doing, my friend? Hope you've been keeping well since we last spoke. How's tricks? Just testing my powers of recollection. Chris, I'm thinking Austin, Texas. Just put me straight. Anyway, I do remember you, my friend, so welcome back. Yeah, thanks Alibi, you saved me bacon with the incoming. Just checking what, I thought there was a Gulfstream, but I wasn't sure which it, crikey. Because I'm sure, I think that must have been added to the list. I'm sure there's a Citation 8:50 to come later. Anyways, you know I love my biz jets, so they're all well received. Good morning to Tina York. Welcome to the Edinburgh stream. Hope you are keeping well. Yeah, Rab H, I'm with you. I love my biz jets. I tell you what, I'd love even better, a trip on one. Yeah, I tell you what, I don't know if you can see some of this in the foreground. These big, fat, sort of pretty unappealing looking flies all suddenly kicking up. I think they live in all the scrub that's in front of me. I reckon if you fell in there, you'd nibbled a bit. Yeah, thanks Ali Bye for the prompt on the nudges on the likes. Makes such a difference. Right, next arrival, let's get in there. This is going to be, and this was one other one that makes me smile because I love to see it, the Airbus A319 of Air France. I think the other week we got lucky and got a 220 Wookiee, which I think Les Donaldson was saying was it's the first time they'd used that type on the route. But you know what, I'd love to see the 319 in Air France colours. Not to lie. Tell you what, some cracking planes been through here today. It's funny, but you know, after the Aberdeen stream, I got to sleep pretty easy actually. I had hit the pillow and I was out. But then I woke up about 1 o'clock, and the first thing I was thinking about were helicopters. See, the face on that plane looks like a mole covered in lipstick, doesn't it? My humble opinion. Right, standing ready to go. Lufty's on its way back out. Tell you what, that was a pretty nifty turnaround. Back to Munich, pursued by, no, that's still the business net jet, the Gulfstream tracking in. So, don't know where to point really. It's not quite the Aberdeen madness yesterday, but plenty of stuff. UNICEF livery being on this Norwegian plane. Tripod that fell over. Oh, age is a cool thing. Here we go, let's have a bit of this. Lufty's not at its mark yet. Into the hills in the background, just giving it a bit of framing. Going to go all the way by, I asked myself. Front apron looks pretty full, so it does seem like it thinks it wants to turn in. Just going to take a quick snap, folks. So just frozen the screen momentarily. morning, Alexandra Wood. How are you this fine morning? Well, I say fine, less fine than it was, but it's still fine. Plenty of good planes, great airport. Hope all is well with you. Hope the sun's shining in your part of the world. Definitely putting the windsock to the test here. Enjoy the sights, see what's moving. Right, I'm a bit behind with the chat, so I do apologise if I've missed. Chris Layak confirming you are indeed Chris Layak of Austin, Texas. Oh, good stuff, mate. Tell you what, Alexandra, it's been one of those really good mornings. I'm saying, I've said a few times in the chat because I just can't believe it, but kudos to the exec lounge members who voted for today. We've got one or two extra points of interest. United Airlines came with a 767-400 in Star Alliance livery, which we'll see in a bit. We've got the United Airlines California livery. We didn't get the arrival, but we will get the depart. The Aegean 321, we don't usually get the 321 by my understanding. The Ibero jets that we got, which I'll show you in a minute, it's a lovely tail fin. In fact, I can see fire tenders just moving forward onto the front apron. I kind of wondered if there's any kind of water cannon stuff going on. Don't believe there's any new routes today. I'll have a look in a sec while I continue my love affair with this Air France baby bus. So yeah, I think you're right, Alexandra. I think that Aegean's going to move in a minute. So let me just quickly. Oh, and the United Her Arts livery. Sorry, it's a bit urgent there. See how excitable I get. So there's the thumbnail shot. As soon as I saw this list, that was an easy choice for the thumbnail. There's a similar livery. I can't remember the artist's name off the top of my head for New York as well. Folks may well have seen. And anyway, here we go. So. There's the Ibero jet. I do love that tail fin. But my plane of the day, although Ibero jet might nag away at me, is supposed to hit behind the jet bridge, is that 767 United plane, the Star Alliance. It's one of several planes I seem to be infatuated with today. Oh, hang on a minute. Just give you something else, folks. The fire engines have clearly been doing a drill, so I'm just going to rest the camera there for a minute. You're not missing anything, just in case we get any flame ups. Well, it looks like 757 is forcing my hand. You can hear the wind up. So, decreasing number of spotters down here now. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. We're joined by 4 other people at the minute. I suspect as we get nearer to Dreamliner time, that will pick up as well. Alibi, what's the light count at the minute, mate? What's my magic number today? 21, my blinking tablet says. 20, yeah, 21. Oop. Just Ooh, conflicted. Tell you what, I'm just going to take a bit of the Aegean while it moves, but I'm going to go back to the United once that starts moving. I think we can get just about cake and eat it out of this. Alibi's in, plane of the day. Yeah, it is special, isn't it? Honestly, I was beaming like a Cheshire cat when I saw that listing. And when Mac, one of the fellow spotters here, told me about the 767 in Star Alliance, I thought, yeah, today's going to be a good day. Spotters look, isn't it? You think about the near misses and the ones you don't catch. And then the Ibero jet just kind of iced the cake. And I do like a lot of icing on the cake. Thank you. 180! I reckon Alibi knew how we were going to do that as well. Thanks, Doris Spencer. You're pretty quick on the buzzer too. Thank you, folks. Be nice if we get somewhere near 200 by the time the United 75 goes out in its per art livery. Something to aspire for. So anyone that's new in the chat, yet to hit the button. It don't cost you anything and definitely helps us a lot, which is always warmly appreciated. And of course, we'd love to have you with us as a subscriber. Of course, if you subscribe, please do hit the notification bell, and that way you can keep up to date with what we're up to. What are we up to next? We are off to Amsterdam Schiphol on Saturday, so there'll be some details on that in the next day or so. Followed, I'll be taking a short train journey across to Dusseldorf for Sunday and streaming from Dusseldorf on Sunday. So an international weekend for plain sailing aviation. So hopefully you'll be able to join us for both of those shows, or as much of the action as you're able to. And if you aren't able to catch it live, beauty of YouTube is you can always retro watch it, can't you? So good stuff. And of course, those people who are looking for other ways of supporting the channel, there's also the option of membership. You can find out more about that if you go onto the Plain Sailing Aviation YouTube page. But also in the chat, you'll see below the chat window there's a $sign. If you click on it, it doesn't obligate you to anything to click on that, and it will tell you the two levels that we have, aviator class and executive lounge, and you can figure out if any of those are sufficiently interesting to you. It'd be great to have you with us, but it's about what's right for you. The main thing is you're watching. You're supporting us by watching, so thank you. Tell you what, the sun looks good on that fuselage. Oh, John, I've just seen your entry into the chat. I'll have to rely on one of the mods to release your comment, because as you know, my tablet won't let me do that sort of stuff. But anyway, hello my friend, good day. Hope you're keeping well. 183 and climbing. Sun Express 737 from Antalya, 3 minutes out. I can see it, Alexandra. Thanks for the nudge on that one. Action's stacking up nicely, folks. Don't go away. So, United haven't gone anywhere. Aer Lingus have snuck out an ATR somewhere. There we go. Camouflage, you see, isn't it, to an extent. I mean, look how green it is in the background. That is lush. I think if I was a cow, I'd definitely want to be grazing in that field. I know it's a bit hypothetical, but there we go. Alexander confirms Ryanair flight for Knock, pinging for departure. 13 likes to 200. Craps, you've got a sprint. and our Sun Express is beetling down on us. So the plane you're looking at is off to Belfast, but I think we are ready for some Sun Express, folks. What do you say? Yeah, let's go to uplift. Sorry folks, a bit too urgent for my excitement there. You'll have seen the way that came down, a mighty gust of wind. You probably hear some voices at the back as well. Came out of nowhere, that did. Yeah, RAB H is definitely more than 12 knots. 12 knots. I wouldn't want them to measure me for a suit. Oh, checking out the emoji action. Alexandra Wood, Rainer, Andy P, Doris Pexus. Rainer pitching in as well with favourite liveries, plane of the day. I think we're just in everything. Yeah, RAB, I'd say 20 knots. Feels in that kind of range, 25 mile an hour, 20 knots-ish. I think it's the irregularity of it. I mean, that blast that came when the Sun Express landed, I mean, that was easily the strongest of the day. So Belfast bound, we are with this Aer Lingus. Then we'll be straight to the 757 to Woodward in California, her art livery, on its way out. Keep on coming. So that's definitely my favourite livery of the day, but I'm still plane of the day overall with the Star Alliance 767 ensemble. Pulls two things into one for me. Yeah, but that's pretty artful stuff, that. And as I say, I'm sure folks will have seen the New York version of this. By giving it full throttle on the turboprop emojis. Doris, Tony Craig. Oh crikey, I'm not keeping up. I'm too busy chortling. Note to self, stop chortling. Somebody's on finals, I need to pay attention. I felt the bird scaring patrol is definitely giving it full beans today. In a minute for the EasyJet A320 from Copenhagen. As we watch the stately progress of this beautiful 757. And we're not done yet with the special liveries, folks. We've got the, as I say, the United Airlines 767 Star Alliance, but staying with Star Alliance, KLM I think have a 737 in Star Alliance livery coming in during the course of the show, on air till 13:35. Weather permitting and all that. Still got the Qatari Dreamliner to come as well. Well, looks like Ryanair plan to go short and jump the queue on the 75. ERB, good morning, happy Tuesday indeed. Very much happy Tuesday. Hope you're keeping well. What part of the world are you from, ERB? Took my hand off the camera and mayhem. So this will be the knock departure. As soon as that EasyJet vacates, which it pretty much has. So showtime, folks. Should get some decent startup noise. Seats filled on that. Anyway, let's get to the other end of the park. Look at this scale and size. With the sun it'll be a tidge hazier, but I think it's definitely the place to rest. So good morning to anybody that's recently joined the stream. Welcome to Plain Sailing Aviation. Our stream from Edinburgh Airport. I've just noticed ERB Southern Brazil. Well, you are very welcome, my friend. Very welcome indeed. There's Donaldson. I reckon you are a master of timekeeping. You've got a sixth sense, I think, hardwired in from years of spotting. And here we go. Chasing those birds around, I think. We might catch one of the fire drills after this as well. They've obviously still got fire tenders out at the training fuselage. Looks like testing response times. Eurowings on finals from Cologne, thanks Alibi. Baby bus inbound, folks. Just have a quick look and see what's going on at the fire station. 2 or 3 pumps, 4 pumps now. We'll come back to them in a bit. If you look on the main parking lot, plenty to go. Some tasty stuff there as well. We've also got next departure should be a Logan Air. I'm guessing it's going back to Sunborough, but that will be a punt on my part. Bruce, good morning to you, Bruce. Oh, 200 likes up. My word, thank you, one and all. Excellent stuff. Really do appreciate that, folks. So there's the Logan Air, discreetly waiting. We'll peel off in a second. In fact, let's peel off now. You know what my attention span's like. Eurowings inbound. A319 from Cologne. Another one of those places I want to visit. Did muse on extending the weekend trip, Amsterdam, Dusseldorf, Cologne, but it just didn't quite work out. Not on that occasion anyway. On the basis that patience has its virtue and all that, let's assume this is definitely going to be out next. Just going to rest us there for a nanosecond. Just catching up. Rab H, welcome to the Executive Lounge indeed. Delighted with that. Smashing stuff, Rab. Fantastic to have you with us, mate. Awesome support. Right, I'm just wondering, that doesn't look like it is in a rush to move. Runway's vacated. Now if I take my outfit, it'll scooch out. You know what? I'm going to try for cake and eat it. So these will be the guys I'll be flying back with on Sunday. You know, like, as soon as I put the camera here, I knew that ATR would make a break for it, and that's exactly what's happening. So we'll peel off in Aegean. Feels back now, doesn't it, really? Because I think now it's broken for cover, it ain't going to be hanging around. And as you know, these go up pretty smartly, don't they? So. Eurowings has got to park up round the back anyway. Francois Brune, hello Francois, from Paris, great, sorry, from Paris, yes, great show, thank you very much, very kind of you, Francois, very, very kind indeed. Hope all is good with you in Paris, bit of sunshine. Welcome to Plain Sailing Aviation. I see you subscribed, so thank you very much for that. John asking about car hire, I will have to put that over to our Edinburgh experts. unimaginatively, because corporately before I retired we were obliged to use Enterprise anyway. I kind of defaulted to them, but as the saying goes, other rental providers are available, and there might be some better ones around here, I don't know. Yeah, we'll leave that one to the Edinburgh residents to answer. Yeah, Doris, Tony's tree weren't in that shot. You can bank on them going up pretty quickly, can't you? Crikey. Yeah, they're great, Mark. There we are, Mark's back in the game. Stay with us for a bit. Track the Embraer 190 bound for London City Airport. You can see somebody's on finals. Let's see what the chat tells me. Thanks, Alexandra. That is Ryanair from Toulouse. Coming down the track, it's still a fair way out, so we'll stay with this Embraer for the moment. Where are we time? I'm in heck. 4:12. Well, still plenty more action, folks. That's the beauty. So we've got, we will finish at 1:35 or thereabouts. We'll stick on a bit longer if that's what it takes for the Delta, but not too much. Moderators have put another fantastic shift in today, and I'm not excessively keen to see what rush hour traffic might look like on a Tuesday. But as it should work out, we should get the 767 Delta departure for New York, if I remember correctly, and also the United Airlines 767 in Star Alliance. Guessing the Ibeiro jet will be out again. I think we're looking good on action, folks. I make it 2 transatlantics defo. And of course the Qatari Dreamliner show wouldn't be the same without that one. Usually in for 1:15, but busy loosing off shells. Yeah, Doris, it's London City's almost the it's the home of the Embraer, I think, in many respects. Obviously, because of the nature of the airport, there's a relatively small number of types that are suitable for there. But yeah, you can say that's where that's almost certainly going. See if anything's moving around this Air France baby bus. And then we'll go to our departing Embraer. Give me a chance to have a quick look in the chat. Yeah, London City is one hell of an airport. We did a stream from there in January, and we will do another one at some point, June, July. I've not thought that far ahead yet. It's definitely, it's pretty darn unique. I'm sure folks know from different streams. gusts come from? Ryanair putting in a none too shabby taxi van. They've had a bird strike here recently, because the bird scaring activity today is way more than I can remember on any other recent stream. Just kind of wondering whether they've had a strike or a near miss strike. ERB, yes, looking at Ryanair's the number of 737s, and of course they've just landed a major order for the Max 10 variant, haven't they? Once that's licensed, 150 definites and a possible 150 more on top. So that is some investment, and I did think initially it was about replacing older, less economic aircraft, which it undoubtedly will be, but I think Ryanair have committed to virtually doubling the numbers of passengers handled by 2034. So I don't know. Maybe there's some additionality in there as well. Let's just see how Scotland's finest deal with the wind. Hugh gust. They sound like a bag of bolts once you start the roll out. Seems quite an abrasive sound. Eee, that's a colourful looking braid. I might just take a quick snap from my scrapbook. Can I get another tail fin in? Yeah, I can. Sorry about freezing that. Another ATR I see on finals. Good luck, Rab. Paul Usher. I think we said good morning earlier, but if you just rejoined, hello mate. Hope you're still doing okay. It really is Alexandra, isn't it? Often it's the familiar, isn't it? But that is a fairly eclectic mix of tail fins there, certainly for Edinburgh. Right, finals, something on its way in. Let's just get myself together. So, incoming Aer Lingus. I'll break away from my love affair with the planes at stand. I can see two. Not ATRs, that is, but see the next plane coming in over the Firth of Forth as well. It would be too small to show you, I think. Anyway, let's see how the wind works for this one. Loganair. British Airways on finals. London Heathrow, and I see something else on the way out. It's that synergy that they're so good at. So yeah, let's follow the outgoing plane. So there's Heathrow's outbound, and the incomer is still twinkling on the horizon but bearing down nevertheless. Check it out, that emoji pounding. Paul Usher, ERB, Rainer, Les, John, Doris. Max rotations on the old turboprop. Les, it's been my pleasure to be able to share this stuff with you. Like I've said, and it's genuinely meant, I love watching planes, and the ability to share it in company and good company at that. It's yeah, plane spotting with friends, you can't whack it. And while the weather gods seem to be giving us, at least for the time being, a bit of a run, although they still, I think the threat of a flash shower here is probably credible around lunchish. But yeah, it's great. Yeah, Alibi making the same point. I think I did think about that at Aberdeen yesterday, you know, because there was a couple of decent showers forecast during our broadcast window, and they'd obviously had some showers before I arrived. And as you know, anyone that watched the show, I mean, it was, you know, it was a lovely afternoon, but you could always tell rain was a possibility. Right, so there's the about to depart. Here's our inbound. The strange thing about today's show, and I think the time we started will have been a factor, but is the absolute absence of Jet 2 movements. I guess they put a lot out early on, I think they do, don't they? But either which way, I don't really think something's different today, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Jet 2 are a bit underrepresented, so this will fire off into the distance as soon as its sister plane vacates, which it's just about done. Rainer, you're right mate, the noise is beautiful. Oh, some more beautiful noise. Stay with British Airways for the moment. Track back. While we take stock for what's happening next. So folks, if you like what you see, please do hit that like button, give us that support. Same with the subscribing. If you've not yet subscribed, we'd love to have you with us. Neither cost you out, but help us massively as a channel, especially as we're a small channel. So please give it some thought, and of course, as I always forget, please do hit the notification bell so you can stay up to date with stuff, because I try to keep people up to date with community posts and stuff, as well as live streams. If you hit the notification bell, you get the option to be as plugged in as you'd like to be plugged in. Well, I stay plugged into this Citation A320. Quick look around, see what's next to move. Just realised I'm going to have to take a drink of water. I'm as dry as a box of sand. Probably ought to check the hardware as well. So just bear with me. I'm just going to put you down on the apron momentarily, folks. Not deserting you. Well, that's me refreshed. They always say water tastes nice if you're thirsty enough, and that tasted nice. Okay, right, next plans for streaming. Crikey, I am not keeping up at all. My count is way behind Alibi. Okay, great nudge. Right, so for avoidance of doubts, folks, we are live streaming at Amsterdam Schiphol Saturday of this week, so we hope you'll be able to join us. Fantastic international action there, as you'll know. Absolutely great perspectives on offer from the Polder Barn, and hopefully you'll be able to join us on that. We'll put the community post out Wednesday to confirm the exact times, but it'll be around 10 o'clock or thereabouts for a start on the Saturday, and then on the Sunday I will be in Dusseldorf to bring you a stream from Dusseldorf Airport. Start time for there will probably be about 8 o'clock in the morning. That'll probably be local time, so maybe 7 o'clock. I'll work it out in a sensible way, because obviously moderators need rest as well as presenters, but yeah, Schiphol Saturday, Dusseldorf Sunday, so we're pretty stoked about that. Some high quality international aviation action for you, so do hope as many of you as possible can join us. That would be absolutely awesome, absolutely awesome. And from there we will have worked out what we intend to do next week. So there will be a Newcastle midweek stream. Not quite sure where we're going to sit that one yet. It's more a case of making sure we're all lined up and ready to go for the international trip. But yeah, thanks Alibi. It did seem a good idea to mention that one. And of course, in terms of catching up stuff, if you didn't get a chance to catch the Aberdeen stream we did yesterday, that was just awesome fun. For anyone as unfamiliar as I was with Aberdeen, it just blew me away. We went for a decent range of aircraft movements, and we got a blizzard of helicopters thrown in too. Cracking stuff. Right, let's get into it. Alexandra confirms EasyJet to Birmingham now pinging for departure. Okay, I'm trying to think where there's one in the foreground, which I don't think is that one, but let's just, I might be wrong. Oop, sorry, I didn't zoom you out enough there. So EasyJet, bit hazy at this distance, so no, it won't be that one. So I'm thinking far side of the terminal. I'll look it up in a minute. And another one for Belfast, EasyJet as well. They are synergists, aren't they? 7 minutes out. I will keep my eyes peeled on the horizon. And yeah, Alexandra, Alibi, yeah, I'm entirely with you both. Cannot wait. Big risk is childish sleep deprivation on my part, to be honest, because I just can't wait, and it's a bit like Christmas when you were a kid. Saying that, it was all like that with Aberdeen yesterday, so blowing my mind. Yeah, Les, I am going to re-watch the show between now and the weekend. A, because obviously when you're panning the camera and stuff, you're not really living in the moment. Well, you're living in the moment, aren't you, so to speak? But B, I am going to try and tally it up, because I think we all have at different points watched it on Flight Radar, and you see all these little twirly icons moving here and there, but I don't know, it just seemed like, I thought between 3 and 7 o'clock I thought we'd get a few, but nowhere near that number. Oh, I can see the EasyJet that's turning in over the Firth of Forth on finals, Alexandra. Spot on with the nudge there. No, that is an awful lot of helicopters, I'm thinking. They were literally, as folks will recollect from the show, they seem to be coming out of every corner. Right, so what else have we got? So we've got some transponders pinging, and we're just... Oh, you're never working, Les, surely not. Well, catch us when you can. Do you still finish around 2 o'clock? I think the Saturday show will finish, I think 3 o'clock is the intention. I've got to get a train to Dusseldorf, and obviously I'll get a cab from the Polder Barn to the station, but I think the station's pretty tight to the airport, so I think we can get away with a 3 o'clock finish. And then Sunday, when I've worked that one out, I think I should be good to be able to stream till around 2 o'clock. Like I say, I'll put the proper details out in the post. I didn't want to get too far ahead of myself. Let's just rotate the camera a little bit while we wait for something to show. Well, EasyJet incoming, is that something, folks? Just starting finals now, so hold on tight. Rainer confirms 226 likes. Absolutely excellent. Can we get near 250, I'm wondering? That would be great. If we do, we do, but if we don't, we're still having fun. That's the main thing. But yeah, that definitely helps YouTube, especially as a small channel. Alibi, you can't be enticing Les Donaldson into that. not a man that's gazing fondly towards retirement. Oop. Near a start up. In fact, I think it's not a start up, I think it's actually something moving. Right, so we will pick up the plane on finals momentarily. Rainer, it is duty free, yeah, you're right, mate. Oh, and calorie free as well, so it depends which way you want to... Oh, that's the sort of something in my bag I want to eat. Just bear with me. Now, believe this or believe it not, I've been quite peckish, as I often am, and I thought I hadn't got any supplies, and I've just remembered I've got a hot cross bun left. So, yeah, thanks Rainer for triggering that, because the duty free led to the calorie free, led to me thinking, hang on a minute, I fancy something to eat. Oh, I've got something to eat. Huh. I'll tell you what, John, if we got 300, that would just be mind-blowing. I think we'll just see where the cards fall on that. As long as folks are enjoying it and they give us the like, you can never ask for more than that, can you? I seem to remember you were a good luck charm before, weren't you, with something quite similar. I don't know if you're blessed with extra foresight or... Right, let's get the incoming plane. were plenty of spotters here, but it's all thinned out again. I say plenty, 4. I bet people start reappearing though in due course for the United departure. And the Qatari plane usually follows that pattern. I think we'll track back with us actually as well. I'm just going to hold the camera there a minute while I check a couple of bits. Travelling Scotsman, welcome my friend. Well, we're grateful you're supporting us with your time, mate. Is that not what they call work-life balance? Anyway, welcome to the stream. Really glad you're enjoying it. What it's all about. Keep looking for this EasyJet that's going to be off to Birmingham. I'm sure it's going to make a scoop on the back of the terminal. Saw the windsock in the background. It's still pretty much out straight, arm's length. Chat. It's the best thing about bringing my son Eddie on these broadcasts, because we can kind of rotate things about a bit and gives me a chance to be in the chat a bit more. Ooh. Now the plane you've described there, Alexandra, was one that I got excited about at breakfast, the Citation 750. I thought it was an 850 for some reason. Foggy brain and all that on my part. Anyway, by the by, I thought, I don't think I've seen that. So that's incoming, private owner from Belfast on finals. Roger that. Doris, don't worry, mate. We've got enough props to keep you enough props in the props cupboard. Oh, I can't wait to see this Citation. Yeah, why did I think it was a 750? I don't know. An 850. I know inflation's rampant these days, but bleary-eyed perhaps. Very swish. My peak cap buffering into the panhandle. Can't make it up. Now I've got a very strong suspicion this Air France baby bus is going to be moving. So I'm just going to rest us there. We've got EasyJet pinging for Birmingham, not showing. Pick up that BizJet when it scooches past the front of us because it has to drive by to get to the Biz bar. No alibi, it's just me for the overseas trip. He's got some commitments he can't avoid anyway, and you know the overseas one's a bit pricier and all that. Keeping his powder dry. Bless him, he's got that many things on at the minute. He must be functioning on about 4 hours sleep. You know how it is when you've got a young child and working. His wife starts back at work this week. This week after maternity leave, so we're going to be doing a lot more grandparent daycare type stuff. But yeah, he's a busy bunny, is our Eddie. Thing is, it'd come in quite handy because whereas I discovered, and it might be the same in Germany, Rainer can correct me on this one if I'm wrong, on the Amsterdam trip I found virtually every Dutch person I spoke to spoke, I think, better English than I do. Just the true thing, and that's okay if I get the same experience on the train to Dusseldorf, but Eddie does actually speak a bit of German, so that would have been handier. Quite tell by the way, because I've got a lot of glare on the viewing screen, but as far as liveries go, that looks like something that you wouldn't be surprised if it belonged to the military. So I'm getting a lot of glare, so with my little eye. ERB, just seen your exit comment. Been a real pleasure to be in your company, and do look forward hopefully to you joining us at the weekend on our overseas trip to Amsterdam and Dusseldorf. If you're able to catch some of those streams, that'd be fantastic. But anyway, take care. Travelling Scotsman, I don't know if it's been answered in the chat, I don't think it has. I'm not sure whether it's holiday charter or... I think that was a late edition on Flight Radar. Really don't know, it's one of those kind of, it's one of those bonus moments really, when you think, oh, okay, got something different today. I thought Air France was on the cusp of moving. Yeah, 16 degrees, it does feel about 16 now. Sun's pretty good. It's alright, this. I'll take this all day, every day. Doris. Yeah, don't be doing that. Put me in mind of a colleague who dropped their phone in the toilet. So I only got to know about the story because they needed a new phone. Not the coolest of looks. Oh dear. So let's check it out. So Alexandra, let's have a look. Yeah, the EasyJet to Birmingham estimated 12:11. That's late, and I can't see it yet. I keep thinking it's going to come squirreling out. Air France, you're looking at. So that is pretty much once that'll be good to go, I think. Iberojet A320 to Madrid, 12:15. I've keep an eye on that one. It's obscured, as you'll know from previous shots, by the United 767, but it feels about right, don't it? Aer Lingus ATR 12:41. So yeah, the hot games in town: EasyJet to Birmingham, Air France to Paris, and Iberojet to Madrid. Right, we've got the bases are loaded, and I'm on it. And the departure scene, haha, this is a tasty stuff. The United, that goes at 12:45. Cool. Eurowings to Cologne, 12:55. Sun Express to Antalya, 12:45. V8 Heathrow, 12:55. Okay, so we have a small brief pause in the action. Brief pause, get the words right. I want to sneeze. I'm trying to stifle a sneeze, believe it or not. In the action, but it looks like Air France are going to be releasing us on that front. Les says it looks like they're building houses on the old RAF estate. Which way do I need to point the camera for that, Les? Just out of curiosity. And I agree with you, the Iberojet is a candidate. In fact, it's ironic, my personal, I'll stay with this at the minute, my personal thing is tied up between the Iberojet and the Star Alliance 767. Although I suppose you could easily make a case, couldn't you, for the Iberojet being best livery? I don't know. Isn't it lovely to have such difficult choices? Oh, is that a 2-3? Oh crikey, I've lost my bearings, folks. 233 likes, I'm thinking. Excellente. I'll try and concentrate a bit harder. You know, that hot cross bun didn't touch the sides. Ah, right, Les, behind the cargo ramp. Got you, brother. Yeah, I can, with the naked eye, I think I've got where you are now. You've seen that crane, obviously. Yeah, because that is the turnhouse end of the airfield, isn't it? Mods, help me out with Rhino. I can't release his emojis. I'll concentrate on the baby bus scooting away. So where are we now? We're sort of approaching the last hour of the show, folks. So you've been great company. It's been absolutely top draw fun. Hope you've enjoyed it. Still more to give you. So we've got some absolutely, as Alexandra's posted in the chat, some great departures going to be in view. Me knocking the panning handle, sorry folks. Yeah, so I think we're going to have a nice strong finish to the show. A little bit of a pause at the minute, which sometimes we get at Edinburgh, but with this Air France going, and we know there's an EasyJet to Birmingham parked up, well, transponding, been transponding for a while now, should be showing. Let's play the cards as they come. Alexandra, thank you. Logan Air Embraer 145 from Bergen on finals. I haven't got visual yet, but I think that's a matter of seconds. Yeah, I've got. There you go. Just as I say it, it's poked through the clouds. I'm just going to take the camera over. We've got a couple of seconds. Let's have a little look, see what's happening. Kind of occurred to me, I've not really got much of a eyes on in terms of what is the other side of the cargo ramp. Oh, Air France is scooting out. Yeah, random mystery tour from Mark there, folks. I'll tell you what, 66 in an hour, I reckon that is an interesting challenge you pose, Alibi. What do you reckon, folks? Gotta be doable. Be a lovely way to finish. So we have Logan Air on finals. Delta, we'll just rest with Delta for the minute. Ooh. Right, Alexandra, and anyone that's new to the chat, so the Iberojet we've been raving about is there. And the reason we can now see it better is because the United 767-400, resplendent in Star Alliance livery, is pushing back. Oh man alive. So you can see there's some tasty, just going to take a quick picture of that, folks. And one more pull up. I won't do any more, promise. Doris, I reckon if there was a way of voting twice, mate, well, you know that YouTube's the Wild West. Oh, blimey, Embraer alert, folks. You're just such good company, you people. You almost forget what time of day it is. Giving us a pretty good view there. Oh dear. You know, folks, I've just got to take one more snap. I can just see the Edinburgh sign neatly in the shot. Thumbnail material for another day, perhaps. I don't know. Anyway, I will not take any more. So yeah, it's get a little bit closer to the cockpit. Oh, Bislandi has joined us back. Yep, it is a busy morning. How's your morning been anyway? Meetings go okay? Oh, what's happening? There's something above me. There's a fire on it. Let's have a look. Can I catch it? Tell you what, let's see if we can catch it. disappearing fast, mind. Yeah, a little bit too quick for me. Anyway, by the by, that's going to be doing a circuit coming back round, and oh, our Iberojet is on the move. Folks, it's all coming to a crescendo for the last hour of the show. The Ryanair 737 from Warsaw on finals. Oops. We're looking good. We're looking that good. Yeah, that'll be a job well done, Icelandia. Sounds only marginally more fun than your self-assessment returns and stuff like that. What was on about the other day? Passports. So this beauty's off to Madrid. Oh, it's a convention of the very tasty plane, I think. So Madrid bound, capitals of the world type stuff. Major cities. Washington bound. And Edinburgh bound is this Ryanair, I think it's Ryanair 737 from Warsaw. I'm still getting the rose tint off my glasses from those two planes. So welcome to anyone that's recently joined us. Mindful we're into that sort of traditional UK lunchtime window. Your host, Plain Sailing Aviation. Delighted to be in your company at Edinburgh Airport. Just about the last hour of the show. Lots of action to show you, including this fine United 767-400 off to Washington shortly, and an array of attractive planes actually. We've got an Iberojet A320, gorgeous livery, just about to go to Madrid. Show's going to finish around 1:35 with a Delta 767 outgoer to JFK. We've also got a Qatari Dreamliner that will appear before show's end. And if I just bring you into a slightly wider pan, you'll see there's a decent front apron full of aircraft. So we're going to get a busy old period, I think. Audrey McDonald, how are you doing, Audrey? Been up since 6 with Foxy. You've got a pierced ear and shredded your hands. Yeah, that does sound like Daddy's job. Audrey, she's obviously teething. Oh dear me. Anyway, apart from nearly being eaten by your new dog, or your new puppy, how you doing, Audrey? Now if you stand here, I do not enjoy officialdom either. I really don't. I'm sure it's designed to be unenjoyable, to be honest. You get penalised if you don't do stuff, but I don't think anyone really thinks about the user-friendly side of things. So Alexandra, Ryanair, that'll be a 737 to Birmingham, pinging for departure. Keep my eyes on all horizons. I'll stay with this though for the minute. Somebody's on finals, I know that'll be posted, just bear with me. Oop, pan a bit past the mark. Keep panning, keep panning. You're right, Les, it is so long. It's a proper treat, isn't it? How you doing? I said it was an interesting show, you know, throwing up the quirky and unusual. The Alba Star 737 that's on its way in as well is, I've seen it at Newcastle before, some of you may have seen it elsewhere, but it's an interesting livery. Not my personal idea of beauty, or I'll tell you what, I'm the kid who can't choose in a sweet shop, aren't I? I'll have a bit of this while it's in the foreground. And you're right, Les, we're having a Sky Team livery convention. Edinburgh seems to be the place to have it. Yeah, the Alba Star that's coming in is relatively unusual. I think it's another Spanish registered airline. Stand to be corrected in the chat. Saw it at Newcastle once last year. As I remember, unusual without making me think it was beautiful, whereas this I think is quite beautiful. Might have mentioned that several times. Right, I'm just going to move off that because we're getting a nice look at the mighty 767-400. And I did say we were spoilt for choice today. And here's our Alba Star. So some of you may not have seen this one before. Either which way, it's not an overly common appearance here. Birmingham plane, I asked myself. Yeah, here's our missing Birmingham plane. Quite a bit overdue, that one. Anyway, we'll come to that in a bit. Hold on tight. Looking forward to this. Alba Star. See what I mean? It's fairly eclectic livery choice, but striking nevertheless. Anyway, time for a bit of Iberojet. Don't think we've got too much of a rush because wake turbulence and all that. The badges have changed over, haven't they? Thanks, Alexandra. I've seen the conversation between you and Audrey. Yes, when you're more than 1 month, it changes up a colour. I think I'd have been onto that sooner. I'm just still groggy from yesterday. Sun Express spooling up, and just have a look. Yeah, pinging away. I can see a little ping. Callum Pearce, I've just spotted you in the chat. Do I know how many air bridges have 2 in 1 gate? Not a clue. I'd throw that open to our more learned Edinburgh friends in the chat. I've never flown from Edinburgh. It's still to be done. So this plane that you're looking at, this Iberojet, off to Madrid. I think it is just about to go. Went up that early. I can't think there's many people on that plane. Fascinating. Rest on the Alba Star momentarily while the Birmingham bound EasyJet lines up. Audrey, I've just seen your comment. Yeah, please don't cancel. Love having you with us. Okay, let's get my mind back on planet Earth. I wouldn't be at all surprised if I have to kind of... Eurowings to Cologne is also A319 tracking on out. Bring you in nice and steady, don't want to give you a whiplash. Just watching that Sun Express to see what when it's going to make its move. KLM from Amsterdam, 19 minutes out. That's in Star Alliance livery, folks, so don't miss that one. Completely circumventing Tony's tree. Okay, so have another peek at our Alba Star momentarily. Just take quick pick, folks. There you go, all done. Alexandra says British Airways. Oh, 250 all over the place here, folks. Thank you, Doris, and thank you everybody. 250 all, absolutely awesome, folks. So challenge is, can we get to 300 by show's end? We've got about 50 minutes in our pockets. I'm just seeking out the sound of that noise. Here we go, an ATR. So you'll have a chance to twirl the turboprop emoji. I'll pivot away to this I better pivot now. An incoming Embraer 190 from London City. I'll just rest the camera there, give me a chance to have a look at a couple of bits. Just to remind folks, our overseas show Saturday on Amsterdam Schiphol, Sunday at Dusseldorf. Do look out for the announcements. Anyone that's just joined, that is. I think we'll ride with the ATR that's Jolly Green Giant's lawnmower. This plane on its way to Dublin. Eurowings are lining up their A319 baby bus returning to Cologne. We'll go to that in a second, folks. Right, I think we're at that moment. There we go. So slightly lively on the switch there, but I wanted to make sure you were ready. That Embraer has just turned off, so I'd imagine the nod will be given imminently. How are we doing, folks, in terms of the Dreamliner's arrival? Do we have a sense of whether it might be early? We'll walk home with this Embraer for a few yards. The outgoing ATR 72 isn't lined up yet, so I'll take a slice of the nearest facing action. I'm thinking that KLM cannot be far off now, can it? A couple of photographers have also arrived, so that's always a good omen. Right. Can hear the sounds of ATR movement, so welcome to anyone that has just joined us in the last few minutes. Welcome to Edinburgh. Mark, your host with Plain Sailing Aviation, on air till another 40 minutes or so, 45 minutes. Windy but decent here. Just about get to see the other way, other side. See the Embraer park up. Give me a chance to have a quick look see in the chat. I was looking at your comments, Audrey. I remember you saying from a previous stream with your family connection, I'd misplaced the idea that was Dusseldorf. You know what a forgetful I am. To be honest, I know so little about Dusseldorf, it's untrue. I'm that excited, it's just off the charts. And the air traffic there looks quite interesting as well, so it just feels a proper adventure, really. Yeah, Alibi, you are so right. Embraer just... We'll call it in the show if we ever see an Embraer in a shoddy looking livery, because I don't think that's going to happen. And as I think I've said previously, I remember a conversation with Simon Kirby, you know about the Profit Hunter, they've got a couple of those apparently in the Profit Hunter livery that travel the world as an ambassador. I would so love to catch that somewhere. Really would. Blinking heck, I'm just catching up with Pedro S. The subscription numbers 3.1k, 18k subs to 3.22. We are rocking and rolling, folks. Thank you so much, and thank you to everyone that's joined us today. If you're not yet taken that plunge, it doesn't cost you anything. It's a subscription, sounds quite formal, but it is quite distinct from membership, which we have got a membership option as well. Just click on the $sign underneath the chat window and you can get without obligation information on that. But no, that is awesome, awesome. And the light count was pretty much off the chart as well. Alibi, the Qatari 7 Dreamliner crossing the Scottish border. Roger that, buddy. Oop, and somebody is on finals. I'm all over the place. 16 minutes out, thanks Alexandra Wood. I'm suffering from another one of those excitement surges that regulars will know doesn't usually bode well for everything. Right, this is the KLM special liveried 737 in from Amsterdam. Enjoy, folks. I'm going to keep it zipped and let you just enjoy the majesty of it. Like I say, it's been a day for planes, hasn't it, really? And shotguns. Tactics, but I reckon that were a bit lively, the last part of that. If you were trying to, not that you would, but if you were trying to have a cup of tea in such a scenario, you'd be wearing it. However, I'm going to say very, very stylish.
Back in the chat, sorry folks if I've missed anything.
But I'm looking forward to the busy airport. I won't have time for the old town, unfortunately. Not this time around anyway. Although, it's like everything, isn't it? I learned a lot at Amsterdam on the previous trip, and if Dusseldorf gives some good angles for us, we'll look to repeat it. Probably tied to a more of a German tour, as in maybe something like Berlin, Dusseldorf and Frankfurt. I don't know yet. I haven't got creative with that. We try as hard as we can to keep the mix good for you, and yeah, I just hope you'll enjoy it. I'll confess to being slightly anxious about Dusseldorf, because having not broadcasted from there before, you worry about things like signal strength and whatever. But I had that thought at Aberdeen yesterday, but when I did my test before the broadcast, it was off the chart. As in a good kind of off the chart. Just fired off a quick picture there from the scrapbook. I won't do any more. Let's just enjoy the cruise up. I like the blue nose, very natty. I'm sure, I don't know if this is the only plane they have in this livery, but I don't remember the blue nose. I've seen, if not this plane, a very similar one. I'll have to check my records at Newcastle on a couple of occasions. I think we might have seen it here once before, certainly this livery. Yeah, put it on the front row, no point in putting it around the back. Tell you what, talking of like, well, I'm thinking showing off the livery. On the way down here from Aberdeen, this chap came blasting past me, not blasting past, just going faster than Miss Daisy here, in the swishers looking Bentley. And then I got overtook by a Ferrari as well. I'm thinking that it's a very affluent part of the world, that sort of stretch between Aberdeen and Dundee. Gee, Shotgun Tuesday. That's not the Bird Patrol, I think that's the proverbial Farmer Giles. Alexandra Wood, I've just spotted you in aviator class. Welcome to aviator class, Alexandra. Reaching for my pocketbook. I'm not. I was imagining what the farmer might be shooting at. I mean, you always think of things like rabbits, don't you? I was thinking more intruders. Oh dear. Thank you, Alexandra. Awesome support. Oh, John says 261 and climbing. 31 short. We're in with a shot, folks. You know me, I'm always willing to be encouraged with a bit of optimism, as I think we've perhaps cut to the departing 320 for Heathrow. Check the lock off the camera. Yeah, I'll do that one. As we build up to the Qatari Dreamliner arriving, and the departure of the Delta 767 to New York. And of course, Sun Express now is pushing back, so that's cushy, folks. So shaping up nicely. Let's have a quick look round everything. Might have to finish the show with my phone instead of my tablet, but other than that, we're looking good, team, looking good. Sorry, just catching up the chat. Yeah, John Loose Bangs, it's just the Farmer Giles and his shotgun thing, I think. No, that's Visandia. That was bird scaring. They were firing shells earlier on. They've been using a mixed approach, the ground ops team have. You know, that squawky siren they have that sounds a bit like the penguin out the Batman movies, and firing off a few blanks. But I think they're proper shotgun shells up in here behind me. And it is directly behind. Something different, eh? Ah, Ali, it's the haggis hunting season, is it? Well, power to his elbow. He's certainly getting some in. Yeah, Les, I wish they'd bring back the 350. Oh man. Not seen that for a few months now, I don't think, have we? British Airways shortly to land. Is it worth moving the camera? Again, perfect synchronicity from British Airways. Eco flights coming in and out. Another train in the shot. Right, so you've seen the out, let's give you the incomer. Looking good. Sister plane now lining up. Haggis hunting proceeding well, Alibi. Or pursuit of fugitives, take your pick. Never tried a deep fried Mars bar team. Oh, political bias. Hello my friend, how you doing? Hope your day's playing out okay, or better. Better's always good. The landscape is just greener than Aer Lingus, isn't it? It's a great time of year. Oops, better not get too carried away with this plane. I think we have, is it Barcelona 737 on finals. I'll just rest us with the Delta 7 at the minute. 767, oops. Andy P says deep fried cream eggs or deep fried Ferrero Rocher. Do you know what occurred to me yesterday? I didn't have one because I was mindful I was getting too comfy, so I just stayed with the tea. But I quite like those Malteser bakes, if anyone's had one of those before. And the tea shop that I was in, Cafe 21, was it Political Bias? Yeah, I'd say Cafe 21. had exactly that product, but they got about a quarter of an inch of icing on top of it. I thought, yeah, I love it, but they're just too many calories for me. It looks sublime. Ooh, the race with the train. Sun Express squirted out of the pits. Oh, that is a fairly decent clip. That is in KLM range, I reckon. Oh, I think I can see the Dreamliner on finals. I'm not in the chat at the minute, but those wings, even at that extreme distance, looks like it couldn't be anything else. Dreamliner alert. Sorry, getting a bit ahead of myself. Just wondering at what point we'll pick the Dreamliner up with the camera. I go too soon, but oh man. That's some great Condor. Well, pretty certain this is going to be holding. I can't believe they'll say rev and rip, although the runway is clear. Rev and rip it is. Nah, didn't think so. Right, let's see what we can do then. Still a bit of a way out. Bit of a twinkle for us, unfortunately. But there is no mistaking those Dreamliner wings, is there? No mistaking. Ooh, 270 on the lights, folks. Can we get to 300 by show's end? Challenge is on. Only of course if you actually like what you see, and of course we'd love to have you with us as a subscriber. Both of those things. Anyway, gorgeous. Definitely one of the stars of the show. So those wings are going to find plenty of breeze, aren't they? So I think it's a safe bet that might be a small pause here before this gets the green light to go. Oh, hang on a minute. Tony Craig, someone isn't happy with your commentary, Mark. Let me go up. Start. Oh, I don't know. Working my way down, I see lots of happy looking emojis. Ah, PB's been grafting around his camper van. How's that progressing for you, mate? Is that under the bonnet stuff or is that fixtures and fittings? Ah, an old ambulance you're converting. PB, as you often find on this show, people have all kinds of hidden talents. Where did you ride with the Qatari Dreamliner? Did somebody say on a show the other day, I'm not sure if it was Tony, this is in white, you can get this in white as well? Show. Game on for 300 likes. I'm a bit out of the chat at the minute, folks, so do bear with me. I'll stay with the Dreamliner till it passes from front of house. Haggis. I keep expecting to hear the sound of birds thudding to the ground next to me or something. So close to the shots, not seemingly. Melody, I've just spotted your entry into the chat. I'm a little bit behind, but I hope you're doing great today, Melody. Just catching up with PB, talking about wheeler dealers. You've got a shrewd eye for the market, I think, PB. When you've done it to your satisfaction, mate, you'll have to let us have a picky for it to put up as a community post. Right, trying to catch up. So we're at 275. Pedro S, sorry I may have missed your exit. Thanks so much for your great support, buddy. Been a real pleasure to be in your company. Awesome support. Awesome. Yeah, Tony, the birds aren't short of somewhere to live around here, are they? They really are, but I reckon without the trees, the wind would be something to be reckoned with. So, looks like our plane, the final plane of the show, our finale plane, is there. Right, let's just get organised. That's a chance for a quick swallow of water. Take us to the incoming Lisbon flight momentarily. We've got an A320 on finals. Final look in there. 22 likes to 300. Thanks, Alibi. Oh, it's all there, isn't it? It's all possible. All possible. Either which way. If we don't hit it, we don't hit it. It just helps us for YouTube. Company's been exceptional as always in the chat. You're such a great group of people. As I've said loads of times, you're down here on your Jack Jones more often than not, but let's go to the Lisbon plane. But you're not on your own, you're in company. Fantastic. We just need Delta to show us a bit of love now and get transponding, don't we? Got a bit of a crab on there. Stop fixating on the Delta, because watch kettle never boils, I think is the saying, is it not? Of course we know it's not a very true saying, but it's kind of reassuring. Crab emoji as his alibi. Excellent. I'm thinking I'll have a word with Eddie. I think when we'll have a further members poll, like I've said before, on additional emojis. Eddie tells me that we're on the cusp of getting another emoji because of it's all linked to the number of members you have, and the number of members we picked up yesterday through gifted memberships and new joiners, I think must put us into that category. So we'll look at that, because it's funny actually. I mean, obviously Ryan has got and Ali have got them out of the emoji box of tricks anyway, but I'm just wondering if we could do something to crabify, aeroplane the crab, so to speak. I don't know. I'll mention it to Eddie. But like I say, we'll put it out to people to say, look, what would you like us to emoji? And remember, if you've got any suggestions, you can always email those directly to us as well at plane.sailing.aviation@gmail.com. We're determined to make this as much of a viewer-led channel as we can, and members are exactly at the top of that pyramid, if you will. They're all important to us, but obviously one of the great things we can do with membership is hopefully give you a bit more voice in certain aspects of the channel. That's how we're standing here today, if you think about it. Funny, you know, because I actually thought the poll was going to go for Glasgow. Maybe I was just thinking 380. But either which way, we've landed well, pun intended. We have landed really well. Oh, and final plane of the show. I know this would have been shouted in the chat while I'm warbling on. Here we go, folks. So are we? We are looking good. We might get a slightly early finish. 286.14 to make the magic 300. Something on finals as well. Oh dear. Ryanair from Krakow. Good stuff. Thanks, Alexandra. Yeah, so I've seen Simon's comment as well about the crowd, the emoji. Simon, it's spooky how often we're thinking along similar lines, and I see Audrey's pitched in as well. I'll mention it to Eddie. As I said before, the creative side of things is definitely his skill set, not mine, regrettably. Miss Landia, my pleasure, and thanks for thanking the moderators as well. The time they put into supporting the show, and I'll mention this at the end, is just, well, it's just first class. It helps make the show, as does everybody that's in the chat. You're a great room to be in. All 14 likes needed now for 300. Can we bring it all together in one big crescendo? Let's have a look at the Ryanair arrival while we muse that. Oops. Bit over heavy with the focus. I should be tootling down the A1 with a big smile after this show. The last 2 days have just been great fun. That's what it should be, isn't it? Fun. Fun with friends. Bit of punctuality. Ooh, John says 289. It's like an auction. Any advance on 289? 289. Do here 290. Oh dear. Yeah, Simon. Great minds, mate. Great minds. I think we've all got this sort of, you know, like when we watch the same kind of things. I don't know, it's a sort of commonality of understanding. I don't know what it is. Anyway, crab emoji, we'll get some options whipped up. Looking at Ryanair, we'll go here. Crab 2, I think that's a lobster, is it? And the smaller one, I don't know, I'm going to say crayfish? I'm not sure. Told you my eyesight's not crash hot, even with these specs. Oop, John says 290, 291. Les, take care, buddy. Been a real pleasure to be in your company. Remember, I know you're working at the weekend, but if we can catch hold of any of your time when we're at Amsterdam Saturday or Dusseldorf Sunday, it'd be great to show you the action, pal. Any which way, you take care. It's interesting which way this is going to go. So this is going to be our final depart. I'm really certain. If the KLM was literally sparked up and heading out, I'd extend for that, because obviously special livery and all that. But we've got somebody on finals, which is an EasyJet from Dubrovnik, an A320. Thanks, Miss Landia. You take care. Good luck with your legal eagles. Legal Eagle. Yeah, I'm with Rainer. Those two pots he's got there, they're mighty refreshing. When I checked in at the hotel last night, I said I got this room complimentary on points off my brother. Long story short, when I stayed at Edinburgh last time in the Holiday Inn Express, for my work travel, I remember that if you were in the point scheme, they used to give you a welcome drink, be it a beer or a glass of wine, and obviously I'd always say yes to that. And when I stayed at Edinburgh a few weeks ago, I said, oh, do you not still do that? And she says, oh yeah, and she gave me a coupon. When I checked in last night, I asked the same thing. He said, oh, they stopped doing that about 12 months ago or something like. So for once I was completely thwarted. I thought, oh. Anyway, by the by, don't know why I told you that random story. I think it was Rainer's beer. So long story short, I had a nice draft of Guinness last night. That's where I was going with that. It was like proper anaesthetic as well, I'll tell you. This land here will get you through it. We can't offer you much on legal expertise or tax returning for that matter, but in terms of support and empathy, we've got it in spades. I'm wondering when I wrap the show up if you'll get to see all these black flies that are buzzing around here. When the sun goes in, they clear off. The sun comes out, they're all over the place. So, incoming Dubrovnik A320, probably the last arrival of the show, folks. So, a chance to hit that like button. Chasing out our 767. This one off to Cork. Let's see what we got there. Making any ground really. Statement progress of the 76. We're picking up the track side, folks. Don't think the KLM 737 is going to indulge us with. I don't know what time it's listed to go anyway, but the stairs still seem attached to it, so I would have extended for something special. But let's be honest, this is something special. final plane of the show that I've just appreciated. Not that one. We've got the Ryanair sat behind it. It's off to Cork, so I can guess it's the kind of route to leave it waiting outside. Right, let's try and catch up with a bit of where we are with the chat. Oh my lord, I'm too far behind. Super slow coach me. So let's have a quick look. David Fisher, good afternoon to you. I'm sorry if I've missed your entry into the chat, David. I hope you're doing well. All right, Simon, you can see them. They are a pest. They're not a pest when the sun goes in. They'll just clear off. They're as nesh as anything. Sun's out, they're out. Mad Matt, pleasure to be in your company, mate. Look forward to catching you next time we're out, pal. Yeah, well, I'm just looking at the interchange between Melody R and Alexandra, the taxi. 250 miles, that would have been eye-watering, I'm guessing. Even on an Uber. Yeah, Rob, that tree needs to come down, but I'm sadly underqualified for that. Oh dear, we're close to 300. We are close. 294. Well, listen, we're not over fixating on 300, folks. It's always nice if we can do it. So if it's anybody in the lounge that is yet to press the button, it would be really appreciated. We hope you've enjoyed the show, but either which way, as far as I'm concerned, we may as well be 300 now. You've just been brilliant. So this is the final plane of the show, folks. Quick double check and make sure that KLM isn't going to trick me in some way, shape or form. But I think that we're on the stairs. We'll not loiter because it could be another half an hour or more. Right, let's have a look. See, 297. So we only need 3 more for 300. I'll close the show, I think. Let's just check though for certainty that that KLM is not transponding. It's not transponding, is it? Coolio. Right, I'm just going to bring the camera around to its end of show position. Hopefully the wind won't blow the setup over. Well, what a great couple of days it's been, folks. I hope you've enjoyed it. My sense from the chat is people have enjoyed it, and you know, whether we hit 300 likes or not in the bit I wind this down, listen, it's been fabulous, absolutely top rate. Moderators, again, front and centre. Alibi batting the innings front to back. Alexandra Wood, awesome support from the pair of you. In fact, I'm just going to give you, and I would ask people to give this I've thought about this the other day, my personal thanks on that, but we give emojis for everything else. Give the mods a round of applause, folks. First class. My handwriting not any better than yesterday, it seems. Yanis van Rittner, who super chatted us earlier in the show. Yanis, awesome support, mate. Rab H has joined us as an executive lounge member, awesome again. And Alexandra Wood, equally awesome, aviator class. All major help towards the channel. Do you know, you're probably going to get one more plane now, aren't you? One more plane, folks. Listen, it's been fantastic. Next show is, as I've mentioned incessantly, Amsterdam on Saturday, followed by Dusseldorf Sunday, You will get comms out on all of that, so you'll know the times and everything. It's all coming out on Wednesday. So let's get this. Can't believe it. It's the final encore. Right folks, I'll not go back in front of the camera. I think anyone that's not had their lunch yet has more than deserved it. I'm just going to quickly go into the chat. Whoa, 300 up. John and Mods in particular, you have all cheerleaded what I thought was probably an ungettable position actually. Fantastic. Alibi, just in your comment, thank you sir. The show's nothing without the moderators. In fact, perhaps I need to scroll a way bit further back. I won't keep everybody on air while I try and make sense of all of this. It's absolutely fantastic. And as you'll have deduced, that that was an Embraer on the way out to London City. Oh, there's a Ryanair. I don't know. Oh, there's somebody coming in. What do you want me to do, folks? You've got a Ryanair waiting to go and something on arrivals. Quick yay or nay, do you want me to film them? I'll do it because I've got enough juice. Should we do, what do you want to do? Ryanair, going to enjoy a couple of beers definitely in between shows. Can't wait till the next gig. High 10 definitely bears 54, 300 likes. I mean, that is all audience support. That is just fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. So anyway, I'm looking to the chat, I'm looking for a steer. Do you want me to take these last two? I don't know what's on finals. Alexandra, Simon Kirby, 4 thumbs up from Simon. Yeah, Andy P's a yay. Audrey's a yay. Alibi's a yay. Alexandra, that is Logan Air from Southampton on finals. Right, this is how we're going to settle it because we'll be here for beyond our tea times. We'll take these two. It'd be just rude not to, wouldn't it? So we will take the incoming Logan Air Embraer 145. I'll put the camera on it in a second. We'll take the departing Ryanair 737. If by some slim chance the special liveried KLM is showing signs of moving, I'll stay for that. But other than that, I wish you all a fabulous afternoon or evening, depending on where you are, or even potentially morning. Such is the worldwide nature of aviation broadcasting. You've all been immense. So as that rolls out, Ryanair rolls forward. Yeah, we are coming to a natural climax here, aren't we? And Audrey, stay safe. Don't let Foxy try and eat any more of you. Ear piercings. Dear me. You definitely need all your fingers. So, the Prague Express is poised with, I don't think it's an express running across the background, but not quite met that one. Showtime, folks. Take care, look forward to seeing you all in Amsterdam. Bye.